ya kwani mashakil bijere salambi wansulu kanina kuluhibu badu ya jama mashakil bijere salambi wansulu salam alaikum alaikum salam salam alaikum alaikum salam salam dema binadi bet ya kwani na kan belet ma fi fogo salam dema binadi belet ya kwani na kan shokol zato ma fi fogo salam dema binadi shokol ya kwani
مساء الخير مساء الخير وهدى
مساء النور يا أختي.
أنا كويس الحمد لله. أنا فاتح من ناحية بجاي عندي فيسبوك ويوتيوب واتبعناك في كلاب هاوس. You have green كان في أي زول بعدين ممكن ترفعه while I'm here, I will do my best on my side too. So for now, I'm going to play another one more song. You can pin people as well if you can. That will be good.
Django, team manager. Junubi nasimata kungisa taide Gisa de muimle ana wita Ugisa de sukeru indu mana kebir O kebir vya yata nina Abuta isa kala skerita dola Meato talata alifishar Mabibi ufamwele shwalta de gig Akil fi beta tubika mushkila Lakin mafi mushkila Mata kore rabuna gainu Itafi zurup wele itapitap Mata kore rabuna gainu Damanana sukera na geni tugu wana zadukan kumsare Ayakan sabu ayakan sukun lakinana mabi feki And everything you do kudu fibala take rabuna gainu In everything you do kudu fibala take rabuna gainu Damanana sukera na geni tugu wana zadukan kumsare Ayakan sabu, ayakan sukun lakinana mabi feki Zamanana sukera na geni tugu wana zadukan kumsari Ayakan sabu, ayakan sukun lakinana mabi feki Utanin bigulita mababi nujua Utanin bigulita mabibi warabia Utanin bigulita mabiliko shokol Lakin mafi mushkila mata kore rabuna gainu Itakanta boda wala tamatam Itakana tala wala kan gafiri Sakal sedi rabuna gainu Itakan sukar wala itakan kebir Sakal sedi rabuna gainu Ita businessman wala ta askeri Sakal sedi rabuna gainu And big up to the Asoras, yeah My homie Chris Levy In a jamming paid meaning nothing to something In everything you do, kudu fibala take rabuna gainu In everything you do, kudu fibala take rabuna gainu Zamanana sukera na geni tugu wana zadukan kumsari Ayakan sabu, ayakan sukun lakinana mabi feki Zamanana sukera na geni dugu tubu wana zadu kan kumsari. Ayakan sabu ayakan sukun lagi nana mabi feki. Junubi nasimata kundisa taide. Kisa de muhimle ana wita. Ukisa de sukeru indu mana kebir. O kebir via yata nina. Abuta isa kala skerita dola. Mea to talata alifishar. Mabibi ufamwele shwalta de gig. Akil fi beta tubika mushkila. Lakin mafi mushkila. Mata kore rabuna gainu. Itafi zurup wele itapitap. Mata kore rabuna gainu. Zamanana sukera na geni dugu tubu wana zadu kan kumsare. Ayakan sabu ayakan sukun lagi nana mabi feki. In everything you do kudu fi balata kirabuna gainu. In everything you do kudu fi balata kirabuna gainu.
Jungle girl thing this.
مرحبتين again. مساء الخير مساء الخير let me just put this on now. مساء الخير again مرة أخرى بالتوقيت بتاعي بتاع سيدني أستراليا. I have here is 5 p.m. or 5:15 بالتوقيت بتاع سيدني my time zone. اشتقنا لكم كثير يا مشاهدينا الكرام أعزائي وفولورز بتاعت landing zone and face the true media. Last week أنا ما قدرت نجي لكن today I managed to come up. So من هذا البلاتفورم أنا قدر نقدم تعزية خاصة للناس اللي فقدوا أسرة. زي ما كل مرة أنا بقول كل ما أنا ببدأ الفيديو بتاعي every week. عندنا ناس كتير إننا قاعدين نفقدهم throughout the week. Those who we know them and some of them we don't know, but we have followers here. Could be a member, family member, or بكون friends or whatever it is. أنا بقدم تعزية خاصة من platform بتاع landing zone from our side to your side. ربنا يقويكم، ربنا يعزيكم، ربنا الوحيد هو اللي بيقوي كله القلب المكسور والقلب المجروح. تاني حاجة في ناس مفقودين. we seen there is flooding all over the place في جنوب السودان. We have about close to 20 counties that is under the water at the moment. في اتجاه بتاع ليكي ستيت، في بحر غزال، northern بحر غزال، في other areas. It's about maybe close to 20 counties that is under the water. مواطنين متضررين من flooding. ونحن عارفين أضرار بتاع flooding أصله لما يحصل بيجيب معه مشاكل كتير بعد ما كده شوية لينتهي. لكن هسه لسه برضه فيه وما معروف لأنه بيجيب معه حيوانات. هنا ده بيجيب معه حاجات like snakes. بدون ناس في جموع. أنا سمعت last week في جنة صغير snake دقاه في موية. I think she passed away. ده واحد من أضرار بتاعت flooding. flooding برضه بيجيب أمراض، بيجيب بعوض، بيجيب ضبان كتير، بيعمل إسهال وتراش، وبيعمل بيجيب كوليرا. all this that disadvantage بتاعت flooding. And normally when I see when flooding happen في أي محل في الدولة ده كان المفروض بيكون في responsibility خاص من ناحية بتاع الحكومة towards the people who are affected by flooding. المفروض الحكومة تقدم رعاية وعناية خاصة للناس المتضررين من ناحية بتاعت shelter, food and clean water ومسكيتو نت علاجات. لأنه زي ما أنا ذكرتها بيجيب طبعا إحنا عارفين الضبان بيجيب شنو؟ بيجيب إسهال وتراش، بيجيب رمد، وجعان، ممكن ملاريا، تايفود، وحاجات تانية ما ضروري نذكر كله، لكن كل واحد جاي من جنوب وعارف أضرار بتاع flooding شنو. وفي أغلب الأحيان أنا بشوف sometimes الدولة بيعمل هنا بيعمل emergency, بيقول for emergency, state of emergency. But until today أنا ما شفت واحد من حكومة like nobody from that government system came out to say they're standing with people who are affected. and مثلا نقول هم عملوا دعم خاص لناس ديل ورسلوا لهم تعيين مثلا ورسلوا لهم علاجات وشلتers, ولا even just to remove them from the water to the highest area عشان إنسان ما بيقدر يقعد في جموع forever يا جماعة. so نحن ما سمك ولا كروكودايل، لكن ده حالة بتاعتنا، حالة بتاع جنوب السودان، ده حالة اللي نحن ماشيين فوقه. our leaders are running busy with كلام بتاعت extension. We have seen this problem of extension is just keep going on and on and on. And since ماشي حصل 2 weeks attention ما في للجنوبين. بعدين أنا يعني حتى كان ما موضوع بتاع extension. There is flooding happened previously في other areas. برضه أنا ما شفتها حكومة وقف مع الشعب ولا جيت قدم لهم خدمة ولا مشى مثلا زار الحتة اللي ذاته affected. لأنه زي ما أنا برضه بقول في غالب الأحيان Minister of Environment مثلا Minister of Health ده كان بيكون job بتاعهم. they supposed to visit the area. حتى كان ما بقى الرئيس نفسه، لكن all these ministers they're there because there is people in that country. They're supposed to go and visit the area and make some awareness. That another level of things that will make citizens to feel like they have someone that is standing with them. Awareness should be at least every second day for those who are affected. Like example, you want them to do what or what will be done next. Give them a head up like مثلا في حاجة هيحصل تاني، or مثلا أننا هنجي نغيركم من area اللي تفوقوا ده another higher level بتاع higher areas، عشان محل الhigher areas ده بكون ما في فوقه flooding. just في ناس معاقين، في ناس disabled، في ناس elderly they live alone maybe بس معهم عيال صغار ولا كده. they don't really know what to do. So all these people, they need a hand. They need hand, and the only person that gives them hands is the government, because they belong to that country and government is supposed to take good care of them. لكن unfortunately ده ما قاعد يحصل من حكومة بتاع جنوب السودان، وأنا ما شفته حصل since we have that country as a independent country for us or ours. أنا ما شفت حكومة بتاع جنوب السودان عمل خدمة من أجل المواطنين. They only after their own selves. They are only after their own family members. ده أنا بكتفي بده هنا. Let me give you the rules of this platform. Landing zone, welcome you all, my followers, my viewers, my beloved brothers and sisters. As usual, if you come to the live show on this side or even from the clubhouse, I just want to let you know today I have clubhouse on working. So I have compatriot Joseph Ohide on the other side, and here on my side I have live video and YouTube at the same time. So those are sisterly platforms are working all together. So I want to tell you that if you join us, we agree to disagree, but don't disrespect us, because we're not going to disrespect you too. This is one of the rules that we set in these platforms. We don't want people to disrespect us or look down on us, because you will be warned one second time, then the last time we will have to decide to remove you. So that's not going to be part of you say, like example, this is our behavior or this is what we do, because misbehave. We can agree or disagree, or we don't have to all agree in the same time في أي حاجة. في أي حاجة, as even as a family sometimes we agree and disagree in certain things, so you don't have to go deeply and insult and make من الحبة قبة, لأنه ده كده ما بكون سمح. And I don't want to really remove anyone from my side here or from the other side of the world from Clubhouse. So let us talk together, discuss, and if you are Nasal in Facebook, please don't hesitate to share also. This is part of the program that I always remind people to share, because what we're saying here, we wanted everyone to hear what we're saying. We wanted this message to go across to those who are not here as our friends on Facebook. They could be your friends on your own side, so it will be good for them also to listen and share their ideas. If you have anything that you wanted to share with us, don't hesitate. Put in the comment section, or you want to come on the screen, you're most welcome. Luriti tamajit fi screen malak ya bitana muntazri. So so ana bugul agreeing to disagree is always a good thing, and we will always learn from each other. ده حاجة مهم لازم ان احنا نعرف. It doesn't mean that we always hear that we know everything, but sometimes في حاجات يمكن انا ما خدته بطريقة صح. I will learn from you and you can learn from my side too. So there is nothing wrong with that. So we don't have to go deeper on each other. So yeah, the topic is clear. So, welcome, compatriot Lurid from the other side, Clubhouse. So today we're talking about the extension, the 2 years extension period imposed by the South Sudan regime onto us, like Kanihna citizen. So we have pretty much many people knows what is going on. We have the RC's agreement, or the revitalized peace agreement, that was signed back on 2018 between Riek Machar and Salva Kiir in Sudan. It was supposed to expire tomorrow. So we have about 24 hours from today, from now, for that RC's to expire. So we wanted to see what is going to be next. When I say that, that's from my side, but from the regime side, we already know that they're fighting themselves now. They kind of, they wanted to extend this agreement another 2 years, or they already extended the agreement 2 years from 2024, because we know that election is supposed to be held this December 2024, but because due to the agreement that is going to expire tomorrow, they have to extend or to make an extension for the agreement for another 2 years, plus the election itself for another 2 years. So that's all going to be 2026 December in 2 years time period. So we wanted to see, this is not the first time that the government made an extension for this agreement. I believe it's the fourth time. Lurit, you can remind me if I'm not right, but I believe, for Joseph Ohide, I believe this is the fourth time the agreement has been extended in this, because the agreement was signed in 2018, supposed to be, there is how many provisions on that agreement, Lurid? I can't remember, but the whole provision hasn't been implemented. The only implemented about 10% from the provision that was signed in the agreement. The provisions was, one of them is unified forces supposed to be there, security arrangements supposed to be there, census to be conducted in Junub Sudan, because we don't know how many of us in that country. And then we have South Sudanese citizens, those have been displaced in the camp, supposed to be returned back home. And there is another three, I believe. Then we have permanent constitution of South Sudan supposed to be written. Then the last provision is supposed to be election. But Salva Kiir is playing his own game. For the agreement not to be implemented according to his statement, this agreement have been designed not to be implemented. So this is whereby the agreement took this long, and every 2 years the first agreement when was expired, then they have revitalized it and name it a revitalized peace agreement. Then again expired, have been extended again, and this is, I believe is the fourth time the agreement have been extended again for another 2 years until 2026. Salva Kiir and the Gen Council of Elders, I have a reason that I call Gen Council of Elders included on this, because they have agenda of not to implement this agreement. I have a letter or a press release have been released by stated by Gen Council of Elders. So that was when the agreement have been signed first in 2018. The press release came from South Sudan News Agency, which is involved through three of the Gen Council of Elders told Kir, alas as ino, bigyan ka news ino bita Salva Kiir, alas as ino, some provisions have to be suspended, not to be implemented. If you go back on this news agency, it was that this was 5 years back, after the agreement was signed in Khartoum. So they made that statement clear, and they came with the barnamij bitaino. They wanted 36 states in South Sudan. They wanted that because the 32 states that will benefit Jeng. If you read the letter is here with me, it will tell you. It has the photos in it. I printed out through Gmail. So they made it clear they wanted 32 states, and Salva Kiir ran straight away and issued decree that there is issued decree for 32 states, plus the agreement, some of the provision doesn't have to be implemented. This is whereby Salva Kiir is sticking by that statement and made his own way that alasas this agreement doesn't have to be the agreement is designed not to be implemented according to their own version, because they see the agreement, if they implement the agreement, is going to affect their own agenda of Gen Council of Elders. The agenda that going to affect them in this agreement, which is for Tadil with national security, which is that is going to be against them. Unified forces is going to be against their will. This is whereby they wanted to survive under something called militia bita Matianganyor, militia bita Dutkubeng, Uhaja Del, because that's the only way he see himself he can survive under militias, but not unified forces. Because if we have unified forces in country, anything happen, or masalan rais biga magadi yeddi magadi you rule country according to constitution, the forces or the army that we have in the country, they have right to make coup and take over the country from rais. ده قاعد يحصل كتير في دول كتير. This is why بقيت بيشوف سلفا كير ما دري اسمه حاجه ثانيه قال unified forces or national army، لانه ما بكون في سايد بتاعه، وما حيديو ادفانتج الحاجه اللي هو دايره في مخه يطبقه في جنوب السودان. So ده من ناحيه بتاع جين كونسل اوف إلدرز اللي انا شايفه الضرانا اكثر في كلام بتاع implementation بتاع peace agreement. But nevertheless there is في 2 فيديوز انا عارفه، 2 فيديوز. واحد منه ambassador بتاع US كلم كلامه في الناحيه من موضوع بتاع extension، والفيديو الثاني برضه انا هجرفه وبعدين اخيرا عشان أنا أجي أتكلم فوقه. Let us listen to this video first. الفيديو النمرة 2 ده في Honorable Sarah from Uganda. She is Ugandese, but she gave a statement about what is happening in Junub Sudan. So let me play the ambassador with the US first, and then نمشي قدام.
Period marks the failure of South Sudan's leaders to create the conditions necessary to hold genuine, peaceful, and inclusive elections. We are deeply disappointed by this failure because peace is our priority, and we are convinced that the best way to secure peace in South Sudan is by creating the conditions to hold such elections. Despite significant international support, including identification of 10 key issues for decision related to elections by the UN, the African Union, and IGAD, South Sudan's political leaders have collectively failed to create the conditions necessary for such elections to take place. They have failed to make adequate public revenue available for electoral institutions, for security and civil service salaries, for basic services, or to mitigate the impact of humanitarian crisis. Our question then must be, what is the priority of South Sudan's leaders? We renew our call on them to demonstrate that their priority is their country and their people's well-being.
I wanted to pause this here. I will pause it bit by bit or play it bit by bit, then I will explain on my side here. Ambassador Michael is stating that they are deeply disappointed. And I will talk about their disappointed first, then I will come and see on our own side as a citizen. Okay, they disappointed because they stood with the government. They stood with government of South Sudan financially and let me push this up. Okay, on the other side, they wanted peace to come to South Sudan. Like in what manner? Always when they Salva Kiir Yamil extension, they do he make the extension with that with the agreement now. Those people offer finance land with Salva Kiir Gadini Yamil promise. They make promises al assassino. We don't have money. There is no unified forces. It haven't been the forces hasn't been graduated, and we still under arm embargo. They bring lots of excuses, but again, because we and South Sudan now is under control with that arm embargo, not to buy guns ولا حاجه بالشكل ده. لكن ده ما بيمنع انه عساكر ما يعملوا له يدربوا يعملوا لهم تخريج، لانه we have guns in جنوب Sudan, we have money in جنوب Sudan. ما في حاجه قال ان احنا ما عندنا. They make all these excuses, but again you can see all these countries that we have like Breaker and Yahuna's United Nations, UK, the US, Jamad El Kulum, they send money to support the government to at least to implement the agreement, or at least to implement a 3/4 of the provisions that we have, because I know there is 10 key areas that's supposed to be implemented. At least local هم عملوا implementation بتاعت مثلا 7 ولا 8 and the remaining is 2 or 1. كان ناس بقول أيوة they tried their best. Now there is only a small percentage of the provision hasn't been implemented that can take us to the next level. But again, in the 6 years period time, South Sudan have implemented about 10% only. Imagine in 6 years, they implemented about 10%. What about the 90%? Where is all this money have been provided to or offered to the government of South Sudan to implement the agreement? Grush da mahalu ma maruf ya ta bitasma grush saragomen office grush amolokef grush amolokef. Lots of excuses. Now the United Nations plus nas dual bitat Treka nas UK nas German or Mahaladel, they wash their hands. They wash their hands because they made it clear last year, in the last year letter, 2 years last year, 2 years ago, when they made the last extension, they knew that they are not going to offer any support again to South Sudan because South Sudan doesn't have political will to implement any agreement, doesn't have any political will to bring peace to South Sudanese citizens. This way, by they wash their hands, because you cannot just keep on offering or support someone financially, and you don't see them like standing up on their feet. You don't see them they doing some effort at least to bring change or to make change to people. So now those people wash their hands, but they're still monitoring. They're still offering some support like humanitarian aid wise, like medication, hajat zera. Yes, they do that, but money to give this money for South Sudan in the name of election or peace or agreement to be implemented, they wash their hand. 6 months ago, I believe, not 6 months, I think it was in May, when the Tumaini initiative kicked in Nairobi, a U.S. ambassador to Nairobi is spoken really loud and clear. He made his statement, they are not going they make their stand clear that they are not going to support anything to do with Tumaini initiative, financial, finance wise. They're not going to make any support because they don't trust these leaders anymore. They don't believe on these leaders. Those leaders are just there for themselves, eating and looting. There is nothing much about that. So on my own side as Gune, I wanted to put other responsibility also on those people who call themselves Nas Treka, Nas Munu, Nas US. I know they are trying their best, but again, if somebody is not doing anything better, why you just keep on offering and doing like food and humanitarian aid and all this? What for? Because if you keep on doing that, the money that's supposed to go to citizens on the name of like humanitarian aid or masalan food or roads and clean energy, school and all this is going in their pocket because there is somebody who someone is there feeding his own people, feeding those people, feeding Junubin. This way by you can see Hakuma Bita Junuba Sudan doesn't want to help. Look at the people now with live under the water for flooding. This is supposed to be government responsibility, but Michael Moko will come and say they need humanitarian assistance. Zol bita humanitarian bita ismu munada kan ismu I forget his name. Mayan ismu munukida Mayan. He will come also in the face of the camera, ask for this Western world to bring some assistance, food, le Junubin. While they're there, they have the money, but they keep the money for themselves. The kalamalana got ni loan fogu nas America, nas Treka, nas UK, nas munumuna. They supposed to cut everything off. Let this government take full responsibility. Government have to take full responsibility with the Junubin. They don't have to even give Grush le Akil. Because I have seen last week 2 weeks ago when they approved the budget of 90 million for South Sudan for humanitarian assistance. I really disagree with that and I condemn that action. You don't have to feed Junubin because every time you keep feeding Junubin, Salva Kiir knows that Junubin are not hungry. Although we are suffering, but he sees like we're not even suffering. The full responsibility, but the government is supposed to take like full responsibility, food-wise, health-wise, everything. Ay haja hakuma de share responsibility. Ma darin hakuma bitat ay dawla bara yakuti deno. I know those people stood with us until we have our independence. Lakin kan hakuma ma bas makalam ma yashajawum ma yudulom support. That's my own view. So let me continue.
They have thus far repeatedly failed to do so. For while we recognize elections cannot be held this year because of leadership failures, we cannot in good conscience endorse this extension because we are not prepared to endorse a status quo that prioritizes the privileges of the elite over the welfare of the South Sudanese people.
Okay. Here again, he made the stand clear that they're not going to endorse this extension because the benefit with the elites doesn't mafi junubin men for any interest. Well, if fee benefit gal berjale junubin, as always they keep saying we are not ready. This one is not there. We don't have money. We don't have guns. Le forces. Actually, yamulu graduation ball. Le unified forces. Security arrangement is not done. And constitution that al ma behtaj kalam izaj ketira. Permanent constitution that mafi to protect the election that they're crying for. لانه غالبا انت كان تيجي تعمل election constitution have to be there. ده يكون مرجع ذاته لشنو؟ الدستور يكون مرجع عشان كان في اي حاجه حصل غلط في زمن بتاع election، لا قانون فيه والدستور فيه، ناس حيرجعوا في محل ده عشان يشوفوا غلط ده جا من وين، و people have to be judged accordingly. لكن ده كله ما في. So now the stand of those people are clear. They're not going to endorse this extension because the only interest or benefit with the elites.
Hence, we will abstain today. 2 years ago, after I abstained on the last RJMEC vote to endorse an extension of the transitional government, I told South Sudanese leaders I did so because the United States did not see any basis to believe that the 2022 extension would be different from the previous.
Now he went back to extension with the 2022. He went back to that because because he doesn't trust these elites anymore. And kalamu jasa na manjama damalo extension for 2022, they with all promises that they made to 2024. Now again is falling into his statement because ugaluma we trust these people. Uma shaif haja al-jamada jani amulu ahsan min kalam aluma galo awal previously. Alazalik, ushaif hajara is not going to take them anywhere and is not going to take Junubin anywhere because working for their own interest, not for Junubin, is make it clear these people are not for peace.
Previous extensions, in which South Sudan's leaders had also failed to prepare for elections. I said that if they acted with urgency to demonstrate the political will to make the 2022 extension different, I would welcome the opportunity to say that our analysis was wrong and that they had found the political will to take the steps necessary to deliver the better future the South Sudanese people seek and deserve. Unfortunately, in the past 2 years, we have seen nothing that would justify my saying this. It is the continued obligation of the transitional government to act. The announcement of another extension of the transitional period marks the failure of South Sudan's leaders to create the conditions necessary to hold genuine, peaceful, and inclusive elections. We are deeply disappointed by this failure because peace is our priority, and we are convinced that the best way to secure peace in South Sudan is by creating the conditions to hold such elections. Despite significant international support, including identification of 10 key issues for decision related to elections by the UN, the African Union, and IGAD, South Sudan's political leaders have collectively failed to create the conditions necessary for such elections to take place. They have failed to make adequate public revenue available for electoral institutions, for security and civil service salaries, for basic services, or to mitigate the impact of humanitarian crisis. Our question then must be, what is the priority of South Sudan's leaders? We renew our call on them to demonstrate that their priority is their country and their people's well-being. They have thus far repeatedly failed to do so. For while we recognize elections cannot be held this year because of leadership failures, we cannot in good conscience endorse this extension because we are not prepared to endorse a status quo that prioritizes the privileges of the elite over the welfare of the South Sudanese people. Hence, we will abstain today. 2 years ago, after I abstained on the last RJMEC vote to endorse an extension of the transitional government, I told South Sudanese leaders I did so because the United States did not see any basis to believe that the 2022 extension would be different from the previous extensions, in which South Sudan's leaders had also failed to prepare for elections. I said that if they acted with urgency to demonstrate the political will to make the 2022 extension different, I would welcome the opportunity to say that our analysis was wrong and that they had found the political will to take the steps necessary to deliver the better future the South Sudanese people seek and deserve. Unfortunately, in the past 2 years, we have seen nothing that would justify my saying this. It is the continued obligation of the transitional government to act.
This is the end of this video. Again, there is no trust. Nas del bigamendum trust fi leaders with the Juba Sudan, because most of the time they keep making promises, and those Western world, they keep supporting, and as Tracker, they keep offering some finance from the start in order for them to implement the agreement to reach to the election. Because since we have the South Sudan as independent country, we never held an election. Now it's time for South Sudanese to choose their own leaders, to choose the person that they want, to choose the person that they need. They see that person is going to provide them all type of service that they need. Salva Kiir and his cohorts in that position, they just wanted to stay there forever. They wanted to die in that position. It's time for us to stand up tall, to say no. It's our right as South Sudanese citizens. It's our right to say no, we wanted this, we don't want that. It's not them are the one to choose for us what to do, or to choose for, or to impose themselves on us by force. If we keep on being silent all the time, they keep making this extension. Look at this extension. This now is the fourth time. It's keep going on and on and over and over again. Because many of us as citizens, we become like numb. I understand there is a fear, لكن خوف ده ما هيدينا حاجة اللي احنا دايرينه. Yes, ما في حاجة بيكون ما في حلاوة بيجي من غير نار. We have to touch the fire have to burn some of us. You know? لأنه عندنا generation الجايين بورانا, otherwise we will keep handing this pain and suffering and the way that we live to our own children that coming behind us. It's time for us to say no. Who's going to change this? Today زي ما أنا قلت قبل أنا قاعد نحمل مسؤولية برضو للناس الدول بتاعت تريكا ديل, ناس UK, ناس US, ناس منو ده. Yes, they stand with us, like again they have another way around to stop this from happening. When الناس اللي يوم داك كان they are as the guarantors بتاعت agreement ده. We have seen Salva Kiir is supported 110% by Museveni. لو كان ناس الجرنتو بتاعت agreement ده الناس مثلا الدول السيفة اللي هم دايرين peace لجنوب السودان, they have power to neutralize Salva Kiir. They have power to neutralize Salva Kiir down, and or maybe take him out by bringing somebody else in that position. لكن Museveni نفسه اتباع اشتروا بقروش, and now he's working against us. As a citizen, he's working against us, and he's happy, enjoying the money with the oil and Salva Kiir got do, enjoying the money that Salva Kiir got follow to terrorize and خوف جنوبين. أي حاجة بسيط زي ده بيجيبوا جيش يوغندا in. أي حاجة بسيط زي بيجيبوا جيش يوغندا in. وينو عمر البشير حكومة بتاعت برهان is the same thing. Sudan, and those are the guarantors بتاعت رياض مachar مع Salva Kiir. They could not even do anything. لأنه هم كلهم beneficiary بتاعت حكومة ده من دولة بتاعت جنوب السودان, including those ناس RGMax, ناس what's that called? ناس الناس Salva Kiir فوقه ده اسمه شنو دومينيك, I forget the name. So الناس دول كلهم مستفيدين من جنوب السودان, عشان كده هم ما حيشتغلوا against Salva Kiir because they're benefiting from Salva Kiir, benefiting from South Sudan. If they bring another leader in, or they supported somebody to come in as a leader, they might lose all this benefit they're getting from South Sudan. زي ما أنا قلت حاجة ده ما دير زول من برا, and هنا الجنوبين we need to do it ourselves. Lurid da egat, thank you compatriot Lurid. Then nas egat ya hufogo nas raised Kenya. So let me play Sarah's video, Honorable Sarah from Uganda. Although Uganda is playing his own game, but there is some good people somewhere around there. So let us listen to Honorable.
The people want. For example, in this postponement, have the people been consulted? No. The people. Democracy is about to the people. It is not.
Exactly. Democracy. Where is democracy? It's a combined extension. You do not even alert people. You do not even consult with Junubin. You do not even let Junubin know what is going on around them. Look at this today. The Ugandan people are the one talking on our own behalf. They're talking about us. They're talking about our pain and suffering. Like we have ministers there, في داخل برلمان Rwanda, they only there just for their own pocket. They cannot even speak. They cannot say nothing. Can Ayo get to his own interests, their own interests? Can then as Sawa they see their own interests? Nobody's talking about Junubin. Huh? Let me continue.
It's about the leaders. So can somebody give a report to the people? Say that we have failed to organize elections for 4 times, but this is what we have achieved so far, and this is what is remaining. And in the 2 years, we commit to finish whatever is remaining so that we don't postpone elections again. This is what...
Yeah, they're supposed to remind Junubin, this is so far what we have implemented. And this is the remaining that we haven't been, we wasn't able to implement. But just we're going to promise you in this period of 2 years time that we're going to make an extension. We promise to implement the rest of the provisions in order for us to have election. But nothing. Television bita Junub Sudan da, ma fi fogo haja غير روتان وأغاني بالروتان وكلمات فارغ الما بيقدم دولة. كلمات فارغ الما بيبني بلد. كلمات فارغ الما قد يجيب جنوبين together. أنا ما أعرف benefit بتاع جنوب السودان ولا التلفزيون بتاعهم بتاع جنوب السودان ده فوقه شنو؟ ولا برلمان ذات اللي هم قاعدين فوقه ده فايدة حقه شنو؟ فايدة حقه ما في. أنت ما بتشوف لك MP تاني ولا minister تاني كده تقول لك قال أنا الليلة ده I'm coming to tell جنوبين what is happening in برلمان. أنا ما إنه أنا قاعد نعين في برلمانات الكل في الدول ده ناس بقعدوا زي في برلمان بديبيت they talk في كاميرا الجنوبين بقعدوا today ناس برلمان قاعدين يعملوا debate about certain things or مثلا auditing بتاع finance or whatever it is بيخطوا في live في تلفزيون people will sit down and listen because they have a right They have right. They are there. This is whereby they have those people call themselves leader on that position. Kanma Junubin, there is nothing called MP, there is nothing called minister without this Junubin. But they totally hamashu Junubin. Junubin hamashu kulu kaanu ma fi zol fi dawla dak. Nas gadin fi mura, they just talking about their own interests.
Should happen. Democracy, like any business, serves the two forces of supply and demand. Today, the people of South Sudan have failed to exercise their rights to vote because the demand side is low.
See, people of South Sudan, they have failed to exercise their rights to vote. Dem in munu ashan hakuma bita Junub Sudan alma indu modo. This government is scared that to be nofsu lanu man arfin kanu man tala lela da react o Salva Kiir tala lela fi shara gal derini gifu fi intikabat, nobody will vote for these people. They know that. This is why by time to show them they're happy in this position. Salva Kiir raised, react naib al-awal, waniga naib atani. They're happy if you position bitamda. SPLM is failed, totally failed, and they failed us with them.
The citizens are not demanding enough for democracy. Democracy will not be supplied to the people of South Sudan without demand. It's like any commodity in the market. The citizens must demand, and you must communicate to the leadership that this is the last time they are going to postpone elections. You must communicate, you must demand as a people.
So, citizens need to demand, and they need to speak up, they need to communicate. بمعنى آخر وذاته دير كان شعب ذاته يطلع في انتفاضة شعبي ولا يعمل حاجة كده بصوت عالي واحد ولا مرتين, at least their voice have to be heard somewhere. لأنه بلد ده عشان جنوبين قاعدين فوق هناك, جنوبين have to raise up their voice, and this is the democracy right بتاع أي individual في جنوب, كان أنت في جنوب ولا أنت برا من جنوب.
For the decision of South Sudan to become independent, it was a decision of the people through referendum. That is what sovereignty is about. Nobody should sit on a high table and take a decision for a country without the people. That's what democracy is about. For anybody to postpone these elections, they should have consulted the people, but they did not. And that one you cannot change. But as a people, you have the power to say, this is the last postponement. Give us elections.
Of the transitional.
Kalam Betasara is clear. This is citizen right, and you have to demand your right. You have to say it really loud and clear. Alasas, you guys, we need election. We need election. ما في حاجة تانية غير كده. لكن المشكلة الكبيرة إن هذا الشعب ذاته كان طلع قال إن دايرين election. Who is there as candidate that South Sudanese citizen sees as a right candidate to vote for them? لأنه Salva Kiir blocked everybody, blocked all the oppositions, blocked all this. Example, if somebody wanted to stand for this election, have been blocked out. And he's the only candidate we have seen since last year. He's been endorsing himself all over the place. Wow, Equatoria, when he's endorsing only himself. Like كانوا ما في جنوب تاني هناك في جنوب السودان بيقولوا الإنسان بيقدر بيجيب في election ده. This is our time to stand up and say no. It's our time now to stand up and say we need these people out. And in an election, we need them both out. Because they are too deformed to be reformed. They need to leave us alone. They need to hand this power back to the people. So in order for us to have our own person that they didn't choose, we will write our own constitution of South Sudan and form our national army. Put security arrangement in place. All candidates will be بيسجل election في future. They have right to travel all these areas, all this region, all over the states to do their campaign peaceful. ده كله كلامات فارغة السلفكير قاعد يعمل ده ما بركب في الراس. يس ما بركب في الراس. في ورقة واحدة أنا دار نقرأه and then I have another letter بتاعت من كنيسة press release بتاع كنيسة برضه أنا دار نجي أنا كنت before that إيليا لومورو يا لوريت أنا رسلت لك هنا في واتساب check your WhatsApp. أنا شفنا إيليا لومورو كلام كده ما جايب حقه. Let me bring it up كده. His statement. Okay, I have to read it from my phone. Doesn't come up. WhatsApp. Let me just read it from my phone. Just bear with me a minute. أنا ما أقدر نقوله من راسي عشان ما نقوله غلط. Let me. Okay, here. Elia قال شنو؟ Elia لما قال when when we speak to you, don't look at us from the point of view as people who are just for themselves or corrupt, because he know himself he's a big corrupt and big thief. He then was hankulu bedem bita eyal bita Equatoria. He's a corrupt person. He knows himself. That's why he's saying that. Look at us. We are assigned by the Bible to lead our people this time around. Alekala, they are to Bible al-assign as Elia Lomoroma as Selvekir to come and lead Junubin. That Bible bita shaitan. This is a Satan Bible because can my Bible bita shaitan. Itama biteji as a leader, and then you wanted you terrorizing community, you displacing community, you targeting community left and right, using money to destroy your own people. ده كل شغل إليه لما رجع يعمله. ده كل شغل إليه لما رجع يعمله. ما في شغل واحد هناك إليه عمله قال بينفع الجنوبين از زول جنوبي عمل حاجة كويس لإنترست بتاع الجنوبين. أنا ما شفت حاجة واحد كويس. Who destroy all this for Julu community? Al-Hassan Alela Elia Lomoro is calling himself as a Fujulu leader all over the world. Who assigned him even to be Fujulu leader all over the world? Because he's feeling like he's the only person that can control Fujulu community, be under his control. Ashan Bukra election kanja, this Fujulu have to vote for him. But I will tell you, for Elia Lomoro, you're a big liar. You're a liar. Lano Bible alitaga tikelimna. Bible have spoken something different from what you have said. Yeah. Ita na mantiji tagra Proverbs 29:2. When the righteous increase, the people rejoice. But when the wicked rule, the people groan. That's exactly what is happening in Junub Sudan. Ita kundel wicked people. You guys are just wicked, mafias, killers, terrorists. You're gadin fi hukum bita Junub Sudan because you totally provided nothing beside pain. You guys are traveling all the way to Uganda to camp and collect all these boys from Uganda from camp, bring them back home to be killed in the Blue House. Ilya Lomoro, you have to see yourself as one of those Shaitan Arabana Jaramin folk. Don't tell us that Bible, yeah, you have been chosen by Bible. No. We will condemn you. We know you are our son, but we will condemn what your action that you're doing. Because it's not pleasant at all. We will condemn it. Because you have mentioned it clear that you work with Salva Kiir. You work to Salva Kiir, not with Salva Kiir. If you work to Salva Kiir, then you're not belong to Junubin. You're not there to support Junubin. You're not there to offer any service to Junubin. Even to your mini community for Julu, you did nothing. You did really nothing. Let me read this letter. Came from I will read this. I will open floor soon. Bear with me a minute. Okay, chaos in Arjamax's leadership of bribery by President Kiir. Political interference from Salva Kiir's office is causing an integrity crisis in the leadership of revitalized Joint Monitoring and Evaluation Commission. Senior leadership officials are in shape disagreement amongst themselves over the President Kiir and his inner circles and an electric government extension. One Ethiopian official has suggested mass resignation of the commissions, saying he feared the South Sudanese public would view them as not different from their failed. Hold on. Different from their failed government in Juba. However, other members of a commission appeared opposed to the resignation idea, stating that they were there on behalf of their home government. This is not the case according to an informed privy to the deliberation. My informant said several messengers were sent to meet them from the president office with one message: convince your home governments and tracker countries to support the extension. In those secret meetings, bags of money were involved. A similar bribery shame is also happened in Juba revitalized transitional parliament. According to the source, President Kiir's private secretary attack Majak, an exclusive director in the office of President Ambassador Simon Joe, handed over $4 million to some unidentified SPLM legislator on Tuesday in an attempt to intense follow lawmakers to vote for favor of extending the mandate of the expired South Sudan government. See, when you see 4 million have been used, 4 million have been used to bribe people, okay? And just imagine 12 months people have been working with no salary. People are hungry. Some people in Lake State, Northern Bahr el Ghazal living underwater. There is no humanitarian assistance was sent. There is nothing have been sent to these people to support them. They need tent, at least they need medication, they need food, they need clean water, they need at least to be removed from under the water to higher areas. ده support من حكومة. وتجي هنا تشوف في within ذات جوجوبا في ناس شغالين زي ما انا قلت 12 شهر ما في سالاري، في ناس جعانين، في ناس بيموتوا ما في علاجات، في ناس بيموتوا ما في علاجات. ها، في ناس بيموتوا ما قادرين يمشوا مستشفى، وكان قدر مشى مستشفى ما بيقدر يكفى دواء، يشتري دواء، لكن قروش بيقدر بيلموه عشان يشتربوه مجرمين في ودين برلمان to vote for this extension to pass عشان يمشي another 2 years قدام. بمعنى you guys are extending suffering بتاع الجنوبين for another 24 months. You making more you bringing more suffering للجنوبين. كلام ده كله قاعد يحصل ليه؟ لانه سلفاكير عارف قروش كل يوم سلفاكير قاعد يلود قروش الذهب، قروش تا اويل، قروش تا دايموندز، قروش تا اخشاب البقطاو ده. الحاجات دي كله قاعد يمشي وين؟ كله بيمشي في بيت سلفاكير مع بيته، مع مرته، مع غرغوري اخو مرته، مع ناس بولمل، ناس بيزنس كارتيلز ده. ها؟ قروش دي كله قاعد يمشي في جيوبهم. These people providing nothing, but they know only themselves. They live happy, enjoying life. زي ناس اللي المرضى ما هو last week مشى في South Africa لعلاج. What about these innocent people that cannot even go برا من جوبا؟ What about these innocent people؟ بمشي بعالج وين يعني؟ لما تمشي مستشفى جوبا ذاته ما في دواء. مسكينة ليندا ده مات من شنو؟ لما مايكل كريستوفر خطاه في فيسبوك. لما سأل باقي كوميونتي قال في مستشفى خاص كان دايرين يودوه فوق، لكن داير $2000 عشان يودوه في المستشفى ده. ما ليندا ده قاعد ينادي الحركه الشعبيه، هم المعلومه قدر يطلعوا قروش كان يساعدوا الناس. بعدين ده كلام اللي احنا قاعدين نتكلم فوقه all the time. Juba teaching hospital ده supposed to be upgraded. Wow teaching hospital. وانا ما اعرف في ابا نايل كان في ولا ما في. All these hospitals supposed to be upgraded to the level I'll better accommodate people. Poor people can go there and get treated like anybody else. لأن أنت حكومة ده already they secure their position. They can go to Kenya, they can go to Nairobi, they can go to Rwanda, they can go anywhere for treatment. ما كل الجنوبين هيقدر يمشوا برا العلاج. As long as they are not putting their own position عشان يbuild this country في المستشفيات وأكل وأي حاجة للجنوبين، بوريك على أساس إنه الناس ده ذاته دي ما leaders المفروض يكونوا في position ده. وده حاجه اللي بخلينا انا بعمل disagreement فوق ما تمايني initiative because their voice are not even loud clear. They're not talking about all this happening. They're not talking about building Junub Sudan. كلامات الفارغ ده need to stop and this government have to go. وحاجه الاخيره انا بجيبه جواب بتاع كنيسه. Let me bring this letter up. I don't know, I have to دقيقة واحد. I have to send it to my WhatsApp. Okay, oops, that's a big one. Gosh. Okay. It's a pastoral message on the recurrent extension of the transition period in South Sudan. Zoom. Let me zoom it up. Okay. Jawab Tatala on the 17th. Where the church leaders, let me see, the church is South Sudan Council of Churches. طبعا انتوا عارفين ده يا كنيسة. Where the current leaders meet on this 17th day of September 2024 at the South Sudan Council of Churches headquarters in Juba to discuss the recent extension of the RXs for 2 more years. The church has the church has been keenly following the implementation of the roadmap. All the reasons highlighted for this extension were all stated during the previous extension. See, this is the same what the ambassador read earlier. نفس حاجة اللي كان جماعة كلموا this time they stated I mean جماعة ده حكومة. What they stating right now, they stated it the same when they made the extension beta 2022. They stated the same statement. There is no changes. Just follow up the roadmap. All the reason. Okay, the church realized that because of the lack of the political will, all the key important provisions in the roadmap remain unimplemented. The key important provisions in the roadmap is not being implemented. They mentioned something important, girl. Lack of political will. Because of lack of political will, ما في زول عنده will عشان يعمل implementation أصلا. Through God, though there is a need for the political discussion to ensure the stable peace, to sustain a peace in South Sudan, the political elite and parties to the agreement should not continuously exploit the resilience of South Sudan, resilience of people of South Sudan. They should stick with the promise. شفت يعني كلامهم هنا بقول those parties and elite بتاعت في حكومة ده they taking advantage بتاع resilience بتاع الجنوبين. They don't keep promises. They keep saying, making promises, but not implementing what's supposed to be implemented. So they're taking advantage of Jurubin because the Jurubin doesn't talk. And this is whereby Gibel, Honorable Sarah is stating that you guys need to make demands. Jurubin need to make demands. They need to speak up. They need to communicate. All Kalamadukulu is connected to Lebat. As a church leaders, as a church, we urge all stakeholders to prioritize peace, healing, and reconciliation, and ensure that the affected people in the flooded area, refugees, and IDPs are assisted, including redeeming the current dear economic crisis and pay civil servants and organized forces timely. ده هذا بالناحية الثانية this is part of the provisions اللي هسه هم mention هنا. They have يعني هم ذكروا على أساس إنه government have to prioritize peace. All the stakeholders have to prioritize peace, and they need to bring healing and reconciliation and ensure the affected people by flooding. الجبال أنا ذكرته ده في ناس قاعدين تحت مويه. في ناس refugees في IDPs في refugee camp في IDPs within the country need assistance, and including the redeem of the current economy. شوف اقتصاد بتاع الدولة بتاعنا ده بقى في واطه كله ده كله بخش من أذان سلفكير بجاي بطلع بهناك، بخش من أذان إيليا لمورا بجاي بطلع بغادي، أذان وانيجا بخش بجاي بطلع بهناك، بخش لرياض بجاي بطلع بهناك. These people doesn't give a damn about Junubin. Excuse my language, sorry. We remind the political leaders to remain committed to their promise and call during the South Sudanese spiritual leadership retreat in Rome 2019. شفت هو مش اتذكر كلام بتاع روم، لانه ناس ديل لما مشى في روم خلى بوب kiss their dirty feet and they came back. They even kill more جنوبين. They kill more. كانوا بيشوب ده كانوا بوب قال لهم امشوا شفتها don't even stop, just continue with the business. And this way by naman bishop naman Pope kan ja قبل سنتين في Juba, I was disagreeing with his coming to Juba. Because this issue, I know any issue with a dollar, Kenisa bidakal fogo to come leaders down to make to bring them together to make reconciliation between the two groups or the three groups can fi mashakil to put an end to any conflict that they happen. Normally, church got a role. I believe that Sudan, our church leaders played big role. Sudan. But these people, they don't listen to church people. They don't listen. They don't even want to see Hajis Muzol Bitakenisa Alga they speak the truth, like Santo Laco. You know? But the rest of the leaders, Bitana Bitakenisa Hasara, they all been bought. Albudu Gurush Bita Petrol Barao, Albisalo la Satik Bita Arabia, Ashan Yeji Kulian fi J1 Barao, Albudulo salary. Salvakirga the Dim Gurush. I know and in list bita people behind other bita Kenisa, I'm coming after them. Possibly will be next week. I'm coming to expose them one by one. Ayizol kadel go Grushman Hakuma, Odolo Viet, Salolo Kora Arabia, Odolo Bankad bita benzine. Wallahi, I'm coming after you guys. Because you are the last people that people put hope on you. But today you have sold us out. Itu dena stekanize da bishabat al-kubar al-fi Equatoria bezat. Itu deli annas kan into hope lekum. People are eyeing on you guys because you're supposed to stick with what Bible said. But today you become like Thomas. You become like Zol level ismu muno al ba Yesu begruj da. Ana begisa to gad nansa kalam rabbana ya jama. Zola Herod by yourself so you guys have become like this man. You sold Junubin out and you really don't know what you guys are doing. Fikanize there. Judah. I'm coming after you next week and in the list. Rasolole list bitakum. Who gets what next week? It will be your turn. So let me finish this. Where did I stop? Okay, I stop here. During the calling of South Sudan spiritual leader retreat in Rome 2019 and economical peace plagiarism of Pope Francis, the Archbishop of Canterbury and moderator of the General Assembly of the Church of Scotland to South Sudan in 2023. We appreciate and urge the regional and international community and our economical partners to continue supporting the people of South Sudan in their pursuit for peace and development. As a church, we remain prayerful, vigilant, and closely following the peace implementation and political development in our country. So when they just wanted to remain prayerful, vigilant, close following the peace implementation, but not saying anything to Salva Kiir, not talking about anything in public, not condemning the action that is happening. Because as a church leader, I believe you have right to condemn anything is happening. Example, people have been displaced, you have right to come and condemn. If, example, people living underwater at the moment, government is not taking serious attention to that, you guys have right to come and alert government. Speak up, talk in public, say something, make awareness. Those are your people. Because you cannot lead church without people, ya Junubin. You cannot be church leader with nothing, no one in the church. Even Nasal Magadini Jifikeni Sara, they're still your people. They still people that tomorrow maybe they will come to church and become one of your sheep. Huh? Kulu kalamat farik that today, even the church leaders, bigger khaifin min Salva Kiir. Even church leaders have nothing to say. Why? Because blue house, there is a blue house. Salva Kiir wala barif church leader, wala barif mekaniki, wala barif it's a disability. Straight away to J1. You speak anything against his regime, against his government, you just go to they will just kidnap you like they kidnap our brother Kalisto and dog fi bahar beshawal wala yamulu lek ay jeri maluman baamulu. Nobody will ask them. Nobody will ask them. So with all this being said, guys, I will leave you guys to speak your mind. People in Clubhouse, welcome compatriot Dominic, Lucia, Joseph, Rafino. Zola الجاهز يمشي قدام يا جماعة.
نحصل جو قدامي ده. Go ahead يا جنابه. السلام عليكم. أنا بطارية بتاعي ذاته بقى بسيط 4% إذا قطعت خلاص ولا في محل بتاع زحمة. أنا ما أديكم إلا بعدين. نعملوا شيء ولا نجيب ولا بين بديار لكن أنا أسلم عليكم كلكم. أنتم راجلين في الروم كل جنيه وهنا نريد نشيها والناس اللي بيجتمعوا لنا تحت. التوبيك بتاعك مهم. هو the kidnap of the state by the SPLM gangs. In other words, the state capture. And I think now we have talked this thing extensively. And I think the ramifications of their actions are now showing it. But and I think that is good for the people of South Sudan to know what kind of leaders is it that are ruling them. The Americans have spoken. Our sister from Uganda have spoken. And we will understand. And that is why I keep on saying that it is not only, to come and talk words in rhetoric, but also to support it with concrete, stats and evidence on the ground. If they are really so concerned about the people of South Sudan, because the leaders of this country has since lost the real touch. And what they will do is to scare the people of this country by playing into the emotions of the wars. That if we don't extend, then we are going to go to square one. And the square one means fighting. Lumoro will say that we are vowed not to take our people back to war. And to them, the only way in which people are dying is only war. But it is more to that. People are dying of sicknesses. People are dying of hunger. People are dying of diseases that, under natural circumstances, you wouldn't have died with it. Why? Because the country fails to provide the necessary tenets of what will make a country viable. Number two, Indeed, the extensions of the road map, which is by extension that agreement they are talking about, is they are making. It is not that the R-axis cannot be implemented. Although Kir has said it, that this agreement was not meant to be implemented. And I think that statements of Kir was able to act as a precedent for future sabotage of the agreement. And these people are now dancing into the tunes of this, only to come, like what he said, when there's already a few days, I shall attacking the Kapkabu to sit and say, we wanted to extend these things because we don't want to take the country to war and the people are suffering. This is a bullshit. And then the people of this country must not accept it, they must not buy into it. The regional power are compromised, and you have already talked about it. So even with this whistleblower, who is talking about crime and bribery within the German, it is already known that these guys have been paid. The last statement I read from General Charles Tai was that now the government of South Sudan must meet its obligations on the one, both the mechanisms that are there to implement the agreement, and to the running of this transition come its extension. Why? Because they will continue to be there. It is the government that will always say there is progress that has been made. Now you cannot talk of the progress when already, when 10% is achieved. They are the progress that is Kalaman. I think it is very important. These guys are there, and by now, our ambassadors and our diplomatic mission people talk with the Troika, America, and tell them that what you are doing is not helping. And if you say, well, you are abstaining, you are not going to avail funds and resources. You are for the people of South Sudan, then it must not be a rhetoric. You cannot be giving money in humanitarian aid when you know that this money you are paying is going to uplift here from his national responsibility as a nation to provide services to these people. And if you heard what Martin Elia said, that these guys have not signed the R-axis. They have not signed the R-axis. They have not signed the extension. But the government is here, they are doing their part. So they are very comfortable. So I think new methodologies and new mechanisms are being employed. But the most important thing is like what you have said. Because I have 1%. It is what you have said. That they own the responsibility. المسؤولية بتقع على عاتق الجنوبيين. الناس ما تجي تكوركوا في التيك توك والناس تعمل قصص ودرامات ما بتساعد الجنوبيين. وانا قبل في روم اجل اتذكر لي كلام ما تيوريك وانا قدر نقول الكلام ده لانه ده حاجه اللي احنا كنا قاعدين نعمل واذا عملناه كجنوبيين بنفس الكيفيه الحكومه ده ممكن يعني الحكومه ده ممكن عجله بتاعه بيجيب هو يوم ذات برنامج بتاعت حفر بتاع جبل الكنال لمرة أخرى بتاع الحكومة المصرية. الجنوبيين اتذمروا سياسيين الأكاديميين الأدوار الشيخ بتاع السودان كله اتذمروا. عشان كده الحكومة تراجع عن القرار بتاعه. الآن الحكومة ده it is a legitimate government. We can take government into our our hand, like what Sarah is saying. If the demand is there, is a demand level is there, supply level to kunga mojuda. So we need to press on the demand to change in this government. But that is not going to work. الأمر لنا أنا ما أدري إنه حتى الناس ناس يكاني وطبعا أنا راجل اللي فقدت موضوع احترام يا أخوانا الناس ما تبغى تلوم ناس مارتينيليا ناس رياض بشار ناس شوف كيف إنه هم ياو عايزين إنه الإكستنشن ده تمشي لقدام. الإكستنشن ده عملوه لأنه في هنالك فشل في تنفيذ اتفاقية المتنشأ. انت ما ممكن تطبق لانتخابات لانه هم حتى كله بيتكلموا عن الانتخابات وان الانتخابات بتديهم فرصه بتاعت ان هم يختاروا القيادات بتاعهم. انت نفذ الاتفاقيه. اذا انت نفذت الاتفاقيه بعدين بتديك وما يحط لك طريق بتاعت انت تمشي في الانتخابات اللي انت دايما. انت ما نفذت الاتفاق بالتالي انت عندك نفسك عشان تتلون. الناس ما تبغى تتلوم انه في تيران والله يا اخي في جوسيباس الجوسيباس ده اللي خلاهم يعمل جوسيب انه ده الجوسيب الكبير ده زول الكبير ده خلاهم انه هم يجي يوسوسوا في اذانه. انا ما ممكن باجي بتوسوس في اذانك لكن اذا انت عملت من الكلام اللي انا قاعد اقوله فوق ده القضيه ما قضيتين بعد ذلك المسؤوليه بتتحول اوتوماتيكيا ليك انت لانك انت عملت الكلام اللي انا قاعد اقوله. يا اخي انا قلت لك كلام يا اخي ما انت امشي حلل الكلام ده صح ولا ما صح؟ الناس ما تبغى تطلع في دول بتاع كثير وكذا وده ماشي عشان هنا نجي نلوم الناس التانيين وتبني لك بطوليات احنا لازم نقول الناس ديل وكذا. لا انت اللي خايف انك انت تمين اصابي اتهمنا كثير ما كثير المسؤول براسك بتاع الدوله. شوف كيف ده ما قاعد هنا مجبورا قاعد لانه كثير راضي عن انه هو يقول. كذلك مارتينيليا ده قاعد 20 سنه في الحكومه نفس الامور بتاع كثير معناه هو قاعد يشتغل شغل بتاع كثير يا وديره. فالناس ما تجي تقعد تعمل مثلي للبيبل بتاع السودان. الانياء ده شنو ما كل زول ياكل وذاته يعني زول زي كان قال انا اميت ذا برنسبلز. انت مع واحد من الناس اللي قاعد تدلل الفقراء دي شنو انت ده تجنب نفسك من كلامنا. فيا اخوانا احنا عارفين انه جنوب السودان ده مفترق وتعطرين لكن البنك في جنوب السودان ده الشعب بتاع البلد. علينا هنا نقول الحقائق سواء كان الترويكا للايجاد ولا لامريكا ولا بريطانيا ولا الناس الزخم اللي احنا شايفينه. وانا امبارح كنت قاعد اتكلم في روم بتاع GMC قلنا يا اخي حتى التمثيل بعد كده لازم نحدد انه التمثيل بتاع الجماعه ما تكون في اطار بتاع سفر. لازم يكونوا ناس يعني سينيور كارير بوليتيشنز الناس الهيفي ويت عشان هم ممكن يقول كلام لجماعه ويسمع لانه انت قاعد تسمع لناس مارتينيليا ده استفزازات. الراجل ده مستفز بيفتري. كذلك مايكوي مفتري وكوي زول مستفز. هم ما بيسمع للكلام بتاع السودان ولا هم بيسمع للناس اللي برا. كلام حقير جدا. لكن انت لو سالت الراجل ده هل انه يعني رفض قروش اللي ودوا له من امريكا هو حاجه يقول ان انتم بعدين قروش للمنظمات انتم ما اديتونا قروش لكن القروش دي بتجي مباشره للانقاذ بتاع الشعب بتاعه. انا خلينا نجي فينا لانه بطريقتي خلاص ماشي بموت. انا بجي بلقاكم بعدين. شكرا جزيلا.
Thanks, compatriot Dominic. I hope you wish you a safe travel where you're going. You might find us here later on, so it's all good. Ohide, if you there, or Lucia, Lurid.
Maybe I will talk about this. The speech of the president, the ambassador for Michael J. Abler or Adler, is very clear, and he pointed some points that I'm really standing for it and related even to the extension to 2022. And he make it clear that the failure that is they abstain because of those points, that the failure of this regime for holding and create conditions that conducive for the peaceful and inclusive election. Very major. And then he mentioned the 10 key issues, and I will talk about it later. Issues by the AU and IGAD for the political leaders in South Sudan. And that key issue that have been mentioned by the UN and been highlighted by Mr. Nicholas Hayson in the Security Council, that they want to help South Sudan during for conducting the election in 2024. And that's during the time before Arua Diamond, during the time of the extension, the second extension of 2022. And then he talked about that revenue is not being made available for this election. And that's what the reason that this election is not going to be held by this government. And they failed to make that happen. And it says a lot in South Sudan government during even for conducting the election. They've been helped by international community to conduct that election. And even Mr. Nicholas Hayson mentioned the UN Security Council, the 10 key issues, mentioned, there is things that must take material resources to make this election happen. And Mindimnum is about the type of election and the voter registration and the lining of constituencies and Mokuti, and then how to make a dispute management during the election. This is 4 keys, and Hukuma, one of the keys that they say it doesn't need any material resources to help with that, but I need a political will to do those things. And never happened. Hukuma never touched those things and never help in that. Although it's the ceasefire between them and the ceasefire that for 2018 is holding, again, we have seen a communal tensions that continue to be a threat for the security of South Sudan. And who mentioned, Nicholas mentioned, also there is very weak institution to help or working even to help with sorting the things in the country that had led to a humanitarian crisis and suffering of the people. And Hayson also say, there is they create even a two-phase process for this election to happen. And this regime failed to do. But by all this help by AU, UN, and IGAD, they failed to conduct. So this failure of this regime is greater. They've been assessed all this time along, and they never deliver. And that's the grim sadness is have to be in the shoulder of the people of South Sudan to see how this regime have failed them. Sons and daughters of this country have failed them miserably and continue to fail them. And they are not able even to deliver because they don't have anything to deliver. You've been helped by international communities to make this election happen, and you failed. You failed totally. Even the political willingness to show this is raised even from the international community to ask, what is your priority in this country? What are you want to deliver to these people? What is your priority to them? Actually, it's nothing. So what we people of South Sudan expecting from this regime anymore? Nothing. They continue to be unable to deliver. So what we people of South Sudan expecting from this regime and to be assigned with these things? They continue to be unable to deliver. Imagine you being helped and went through those elements and we say this should be done. Capacity building in political will should be done in this area. In ballot issues should be done this way. And best implementation, you can't do it. It's a big, scary thing in our life to witness this and see this. And you've been told, and you've been helped, and you've been supported, and you've been advised, huh? And you've been escorted too, with not one organizations, by big organization like UN, by AU, and African Union, by IGAD, to conduct that election, just election at the end of this month, year. You haven't. In a state, Mr. Zemagul, be generous payment for a campaign in WOW. Come millions gone. That's revenue a little you wasted into. Buying Kanmarif Kama Tagiyat t-shirts and campaigning a budget for events in Central Equatoria, in WOW. For what? Is that does the work? No, that's the key work is about the balance, about the capacity building, about making driving the delineating of constituencies, and for the registration, voter registration. Those the budget should go to them, but you never did that. Even you are not able to do that. Instead, you widen your ambition, investing money in making another deals with non-signatories to come in and making a lot of budget for them and say, see, we are making political will outside in Nairobi, not inside the country. Political will is outside in the political will for sharing the power of giving positions in Nairobi. And then these things is going on and on and on. Even for potentials for dealing and keeping the country stable and peaceful, that's not happening. In South Sudan, haven't witnessed this peace since. And the stability of the country is not happening. And if we see in the capital city that there is a kind of life, many places don't see that life. And that's not a success story for this regime that have the guts and the moral to continue to extend for another 2 years. This is how the next 2 years gonna look like, because of the failure of incapabilities and inability to continue to even direct the country to the right direction. As a failed country, we're going to endure economic crisis, very huge economical crisis. We're going to be under the mercy of the regime who are not qualified to lead people of South Sudan. We'll be example of Somalia and worse. And I will say example of Somalia and worse than Somalia. In Somalia doesn't have resources, and I will say they worse. We will have the stealers and investors who will invest and take their money from South Sudan, while the people of South Sudan doesn't benefit from it. It just will be the place for looting. This is a place where the treasure island land, where people go and dig the treasure and leave. And South Sudan is making that possible. This regime is making that possible. These resources never feed the people of South Sudan, and we never do. And if the oil was stopped for a reason of war of Sudan, it's for the grace of God that He keep these things for people, for the next generation to deal with it later. because this regime have failed to do anything. Koboita Gold were been supporting the SPLM during this war long time ago until now, and they still digging. And they still stealing from that gold. And it never reached the Moatenta Koboita at all, in any way, in any benefit. It's in any benefit, doesn't reach. So please, people, South Sudanese people, we are really in this dying situation for a reason that we South Sudanese, we never, this extension is gonna be our misery. An international community will not lay a hand or do anything. We are not pleading anymore for international community. And we thank them for this strong message to South Sudan, and that's a slap in their face to tell them no more to spoil you anymore. Enough of spoiling them. And they have to man up and do things they are supposed to be. And this is in their hands. This is in their hands. And when we see them, they will chicken out and stole the money and taking it into their families in Nairobi and other places, and they will not do anything to stop against those crises. And now they are playing with the dollars in the market and looting the people money that they have already to take from their pockets. So that's the type of another stealing as well. Now when they are running out of money, they're going to steal from your pocket. Make sure you are in need, even for hospital treatment, for taking your kids for school, for even having the minimum one meal on the table. It will be taken from you, from this regime, because it's always a strife on the others. It's strife on the people of the blood and heart of the people of South Sudan. I never stop him.
ماشي الصف لوشيا ولا جوزيف وهيدا whoever is ready. الناس التهت كان في زول عنده كلام داري يجي يشارك معنا. You most welcome to join us.
I can come if Ongera and Lucia are not ready.
Okay.
أنا ما Ongera وقت عنده هنا بكون late ولا Lucia برضه وقت.
لا Ongera زمان توصل معها بس لكن بكونوا في شغل. Maybe jumping later.
Okay. خلينا نسلم عليكم. زمن طويل ما تلاقينا. Been kind of not boycotting but you know في حاجات كده بالمرات بيخلي واحد ما بيخش. أحيانا واحد بيخش ما بيتكلم. يعني سما ده بفكس احتمال فكس، لكن أنا ما بعيد من what is happening. أنت عارف برضه خلينا نسلم الناس اللي تحت في gallery مستمعين اللي تحت. أنت عارف أنا for me I will just conclude بإنه المشكلة بتاع جنوب السودان ده it all comes down to no political will. No political will بصفة خاصة لسلفا كير. سلفا كير أصلاً ما عنده political will، ما بيحب الشعب بتاعه ولا بيحب دولة بتاعه. ليه؟ حقيقة يعني لو أنت راجل أو رئيس أو يعني امرأة في خانة الرئاسة وبتحب السلام، لدولة بتاعك وللمواطنين بتاعك. It is not hard for you مثلا قول غنية أو لوريت عندها مشكلة معي and it is something that needs dialogue to bring that peace among themselves. وعندهم حب في قلوبهم أو أنا عندي حب في قلبي إنه نحن نكون عايش في سلام. It costs nothing, absolutely zero, عشان to approach each other so that we iron out الموضوع اللي جاب المشكلة بيناتنا شنو so that we live in peace. It costs nothing absolutely. لأن السلام ما داير قروش. ما من دكور رجال سلام سنة. That is as simple as that. لكن كير ما عنده this political will في قلبه. خلينا نرجع شوية في 2018. طريقة كان promise قال لهم شنو انتوا بس دارين منكم $100,000 and the rest we will put عشان الترتيبات الأمنية دي تتم تدريب واليونيفيكيشن والحاجات بتاعت المشهور في peace ده to be implemented. 100,000 and the rest we will provide so that everything is implemented and peace comes to this country and to the citizens. هل قروش ده ما عنده؟ قروش ده عنده. What did he do? بدل ما هو يطلع 100,000 المطلوب منه من الحكومة مش عمل شنو؟ مش دفع 17 مليون لمحامي في دولة تانية عشان يكتب جواب زاد والما عنده معنى. If you subtract only this 100,000 from 17 مليون تفتكر ال 16 مليون and 900,000 ده كان هيعمل شنو لجنوب السودان؟ والجواب ده ذاته اللي كان كتبه ده الفايدة بتاعه شنو ذاته للدولة ولا للشعب؟ ما في. يعني these 16 million and 900,000 ده will build even hospitals, will pay all the army, the public servants, salaries بتاعهم, and will even build some other roads, institutions, مدارس. لا هو ما داير كده. There's all mind political will. ما داير سلام للناس بتاعه للدولة بتاعه. اللغة اللي هو جاي يتكلم بإنه this peace is not meant to be implemented. ده لو ده زول عنده سلام في قلبه وعنده حب لوطنه للوطن بتاعه للشعب بتاعه, that statement would have been different. Would have been okay, برغم إنه السلام ده كان فيها دغدغ, but I will work with my partners to make sure إن الدغدغ ده نطلعه برا, and we work to bring the peace for this country and these people. No. He went contrary to that. شوف Do you want to interject?
No, Jani Mukara Mena Gatato. Go ahead.
Okay. يعني زي ما واحد جبال ذكر بإنه he is using the money to bribe. طبعا الجماعة أفارقة ديل يعني كلام بتاع قروش بالذات ما فيه accountability ده الزول بتاعك. I don't think في African will, maybe some will say no, لكن majority will of course take it. And this is what he is doing, bribing these people. زي ما واحد ذكر بأنه 4 million that is being used to bribe these officials to support this extension, which is not necessary. Why can't this 4 million be used to support these flood-affected victims that are currently, suffering in those areas? Even this 4 million is more than enough. لكن he doesn't care. عشان كده أنا قلت ده زول ما عنده حب للناس بتاعه ولا للوطن بتاعه. عنده حب لنفسه بس، حب النفس. وبعدين في نفس لاين بتاع بيس يا اخوانا، انت لو مثلا زول في الليدرشيب وانت داير بيس للدولة بتاعك وللناس بتاعك، يعني انت ما ممكن تكون كومات. انت تمشي النادي فلان تعمل معه بيس والثاني ده تخليه برا، ونفس زول عنده مشكلة وثاني يعني ما بتنفذ ده، وثاني تشوف ثاني وتفتي الناس هنا وهناك. That is not the spirit of someone who loves his people and someone who loves his country and someone who wants his people to live in peace. لأنه دولة جنوب السودان ده بصراحة population بتاعه is very small to an extent that إذا في سلام في الموارد الموجود في جنوب السودان ده، يعني الدولة بيحتاج إنه يجيبوا أجانب ذات عشان يشتغل في بعض المناصب أو المساني. ليه؟ لأنه كل السودانيين ممكن يشتغلوا and still في مناصب unfilled which will need some foreigners to come and fill them because the resources are really abundant. حتى في بعض من resources not yet even discovered. لكن طبعا هو ده صار فقير. بالنسبة للناس دي ناس لومورو، طبعا لومورو مايكل ماكوي and لويس لوبون صار فقير. ده أقدم ناس عاشوا في الحكومة ده. من تأسيس الحكومة تقريبا ده الناس ما they didn't move even milli mil outside the government. They've been there. And of course Lomuro Magalo is not working for the government but he's working for Kiev. أنا شفت في apology from some of his committee members regarding what he said. I don't know. طبعا يا جماعة حتى زول كان شيطان بكون the followers بتاعه، يعني شياطين be following him. زول ملايكة بكون followers بتاعه، ملايكة will follow him or her. So the fact that he is a shaitan هو برضه عنده followers بتاعه شياطين following him, because the mind of followers, you wouldn't expect it. Some people will come up and apologize on the social media for what he said. So that's موجود عندنا في جنوب السودان. السنتين ده هيعمل فيه شنو مثلا؟ إذا أخذ 6 سنين ونفسه 10% زي ما بقول لبعض البنود بتاع اتفاقية. طيب this is just a simple arithmetic, not even mathematics. In order to implement 100%, بيحتاج ل 54 years in order for them to implement 100% of this peace. 54 years. إذا واحدين انقرضوا ويجي زي بعاتي تاني. في 2 years ده هيعملوا شنو؟ ما هيعملوا حاجة. The good thing is that Torika is aware. طبعا ناس إيجاد وناس African Union وبنو ديل they are aware. لكن لما زول دير يفتح كشمه تحط فيه شوال بتاع أو كيس بتاع كيس وير فيه شوية دولارات بسكت. And this is of course given في حالة بتاع أفريقيا. لكن statement بتاع الراجل ده بتاع توريكا ده the US ambassador which actually has proven based on what he was saying زي ما قالت لوريت it's not necessary this extension. الكلام بتاع أخوتنا اللي قالت كيف سارة yes الشعب السوداني أو الشعب الجنوبي يعني مفروض يعمل حاجة. لكن برضو حاليا يعني the way these people بالذات كير يعني كير the way كير has shaped this country. يعني أنت بدل ما تمشي في الشارع هناك تعمل جوتا وإيالك هنا تبانين ما كير تمشي تفتح حدا وتعمل لك فحم بكرة تمشي تبيه حتى لو جبت به يعني موية فول أصلا إيالك كمان ياكل ما تصدق خليه ساكت. And then something also is being planted. إنه أنت لو طلعت ما عندي ذاكرة رابط بولت عندي ذاكرة حي. لكن ده طبعا in the future it will not deter. لأنه there is a level where nothing can be accommodated anymore. ما زي معون أنت لما تكون في موية وملا خلاص الموية ده بعد كده لو أنت لسه مشير دير تكوب زيادة فأنت بتدفق ممكن يعمل قناة ذاته. This will come. 200 ده we don't know, but it will eventually come because economy هنا قاعد يقتل ناس زي ما انتم شايفين. دولار ده يومين ده بيقول انه نزل لكن ما نزل لدرجة حتى لو نزل ذاته ما هي بتاع دابت لسه أقل من $50 في الشهر. لما تخش السوق ما بيأكلك أسبوع ولا يومين تقريبا. فده الزمن ده بتجي لكنه معروف بتجي 200. كيف ما زول نرجع شوية ما زول بتاع سلام وبس زول لنفسه وخلاص. ما انتوا شفتوا كير ده يا اخوانا يا الرئيس من يوم واحد ليوم واحد بس بيكون قاعد في عاصمة ما بيزور محل تاني ذاك البلد بتاعه. من عاصمة لدولة تاني لو درب شيء عاصمة للمطار من بيته للمطار من مطار على طول. من هناك للمطار، مطار لبيته على طول. وذاته خايف من الناس بتاعه. خليك من الناس. كلب ذاته كان جاي يمر في الشارع ده، الشارع ده بيكون مقفول 30 دقيقة قبل ما يمر. ما في زول يمشي بهناك ولا بيجا ولا كلب. فده زول اعتبر انه ده الرئيس، لكن خايف للناس بتاعه. بس ذاك السور بتاعه ده يا معلو فيه. which is weird. لأنه لو شفنا بعض الرؤساء في بعض الدول، يعني بالميسا ممكن يركب عجلة كده يمشي يتفسر شوية، لأنه ما في زول شايل معه.
like توني أبد مش؟
توني أبد وبتاع فرنسا دي، بتاع فرنسا. توني أبد بركب عجلة، بمشي يسوق عجلة مع بايك تيم. عندنا هنا دي our premier. أنا قبل أسبوع لقيته في الشارع ماشي براو. because I know him, we know each other. ماشي ما عنده حارس، ماشي براو في الشارع داخل المدينة في CBD. وأول شافني قال لي جوزيف، مشيت سلمت له قلت له what's going on؟ قال لي أنا ماشي في المكتب بتاعي. طبعا there is an office. أنا ماشي هناك. ده هناك ده منصب بتاع جبنة. ماشي براو ما بعجلة، ما عنده حارس. ده كان في جنوب السودان. ما كان
كان تاتشارات ناس منو ناس تاتش نايدم ايش مش
كان بيستقيم او يسلقي.
absolutely. المية أنا في ناس أنا كان جبته من أفريقيا. أنا جيت شلته في السوق، في السوبر ماركت عشان نشتري حاجات. قدامنا مية. أنا قلت لهم شوف المرة الواقفة دي this is the mayor. قال لي صح؟ قلت له this is the mayor. هسه ده لو عندك هنا ما كان في سوبر ماركت كان قردونه بعساكر، ما في زول بكوشين. لكن شوف she's a mayor في نفس الوقت she bought her stuff واقف في الصف زي أي زول، ما في أولوية. أنت مية في المكتب بتاعك هناك، لما تيجي هنا يبقى زي أي مواطن، ما في أولوية. فالدولة دي اسم جنوب السودان ده بصراحة ما داروا ريفورم، داروا total change.
exactly
total change all of them. شفتها from top to bottom. كلام بتاع أميرة from top to bottom. يشيلون كله، يحرقون، يشيلوا الرماد ده كله، يمشي يدفقوه في نص المحيط. then this country will لأنه ما قال ما في ناس مؤهلين بتدير الدولة، موجودين بكل كفاءات، بكل المؤهلات، في كل المجالات. لكن زي ما التوبيك بيقول they're being taken hostage by this criminal regime بتاع SPLA ده، group بتاع SPLM. but ما الإنجيل بيقول في يوم بتاكلوا حاجة. فكده كلامنا كيف هنا يا جماعة؟ عشان كلامنا ما ونسوا كتير ذاته.
Thank you, Joseph, for your submission. Yeah, our leaders are always scared because هم عارفين حاجاتهم قاعدين يعملوا للشعب. They are not even welcomed. They are not feeling secure with among the citizens, like without harass, without the bodyguard, without Tacharat to go Gidam to block the area. Al-Barra Barra and who is doing what before the mayor or before somebody important in government to come around, you know. They don't feel secure. هم يعني انت بتكون محبوب 200 انت لما تقدم للشعب تكون available anytime. You have engaged, you engage yourself with the community. حاجات كان حصل انت بتمشي like example flooding الجبال انا قاعد نتكلم كلامه ده. You see normally كان ولاية اللي بيحصل فوقه flooding والي بتاع ولاية ده المفروض يمشي ينزل مستواه في مستوى بتاع الشعب ذاته. انت بتشوف يعني مثلا مراتهم بيلبسوا بوت بتاع بلاستيك ده وماشيين مع ناس بتاعه ولا الديليجيشن اللي هو بيجي معه يمشي يزور ناس ده في محل people that were affected, visit them and طمنهم, give them some support morally and put yourself just in their position. لانه انت هناك because of them, you know. لكن لما انت ما تعمل ده كله, do you think انت لما تجي without harass, these people will take note of you or even they will يعني بيجيف هناك عشان مثلا يستقبلك ولا مثلا يذبح لك بقر؟ انا قاعد نشوف ناس اللي بيذبحوا بقر عشان ناس بتاعهم يعدي بهناك ده. they just supporting their people because the عيال بتاعهم they see like there is someone is there from us, but they are not even doing anything to the community. example هسه مثلا انت بتشوف كثير من اولاد بتاع بحر غزال ولا من بتاع ابانايل يعملوا لهم appointment في government, لما نيجي يرجعوا في الولايه بيعملوا لهم welcome, تشوف ناس people are celebrating and everything. but في حاله بتاع flooding ولا mother nature or disaster or whatever happened في ولايه هناك, هم ما قاعدين يجي يجيفوا, ما قاعدين يجي يجيفوا, ما قاعدين يجي يقولوا قال مثلا we will bring you this, be patient with us, we know that you are affected, we are there for you, you know. and ده حاجات اللي بيطمن الشعب وبخلي الشعب بكره بعد بكره if you wanted to stand for election they will vote you back in again. this way فايت بتشوف حكومه بتاع جنوب السودان always when they try to go somewhere الا التشارات بمشي قدام, جيش بمشي قدام بمدافع بشنو كلامات الكثير ده كله عشان شنو؟ ما في security ذاته, ما في ناس يعني صيغه, ما في ضمانات, ما في. so اوهيدا or لوشيا
غريب يا سيستر جونيا. انا سمعته انه كيف مشى زياره في مستشفى جوبا قبل زمن, I don't know how many years back. I was told مستشفى الشغل في المستشفى وقف.
ده كان في زول في emergency ما بموت.
يعني انت محل يعني من دخوله انت محل فيه ده you are not allowed to move or to turn.
ثابت بس هنا.
الشغل وقف كله. He went there to visit someone. He stayed there until he finishes. بعد ما طلع ركب عربية and then people are allowed to move and turn. شوف that I totally I don't know.
That's you can see that's the person that is above the law. يعني ما عنده احترام حتى لناس العيانين. انت كرئيس يعني شنو؟ انت المفروض زول في emergency ولا في مستشفى الدكاترة have to do their own job. You here to visit, just pay your visit and go, because even في شارع يا جوزيف انا لما مشيت في 2012 جنب مغابر الجونجرنج ده طبعا هو مرض عربيه بتاعهم ده بيجي بمر بهناك. لما نيجي زمن خلاص عربيه بتاعهم ده قاعد يمر والله المحل اللي واقفين فوق ده اجيب صر ولا تنفس ولا تحرك, خليك واقف صر هذا واقف بضربوك طلقه. جوزيف بلد جنوب السودان ده ناس الجا هيجاك بلد ده ده كونتري كون جنوب السودان والله الناس الاوكيباي ده بلد ده خايتو. I don't really understand الناس القاعدين هناك ده عايشين كيف, لكن الناس دي عنده صبر. to be honest these people have patience and they can handle it. الديل كده اننا البر هنا we cannot handle such that behavior because حاجات اللي جاء قدام بره هنا ده is you can see like why are they doing this? As an example, لو مشى مستشفى كان في زول مثلا في emergency في حالة ولادة في حالة عملية طارئة في حالة شنو. You cannot just stop this job because of رئيس جه في مستشفى. You know? So it's just something. أصلا أنا شفت قبل برضه في أي راديو قال أخته اسمه أنوك قال مات as president sister. Her name is Anok. So
ده بعد كده هيطلع how many million يعني لو ده البنية بتاع ماكل ماكوي مات قال طلع 125
125 yeah 125,000 just for the burial service لجنا مكوي. أنا ما عارفين ولا ناس دل God have mercy.
ده جروس بتاع منو ووش ذاته دي ده بلد ده
ذاته the country be announced for أخت الرئيس مات ولا شنو. That's a personal thing. زي اللي كان داير عملوا النظام بتاع زيت السودان زمان فلان ده مات family ده فلان portray بعملوا في TV so people can know family ده فلان related to who عشان يمشوا محل بيها. So silly.
ده حاجة الحاصل. اوكي زول تاني ماشي لوشيا بكون في شغل كمان أنا ما أعرف maybe or هيدا لسه بكون busy. النور انت جيت هسه طالع لنا كلمتين.
النور جا فوق
ولسه تاني
النور بكون شغال دايما لو ما شغال بيجي فوق.
yeah. So
يا ده وجه خلاص.
yep, let me play one video here for Salva Kiir bita announcement bita extension that then Anur can go after that.
Upon which to build a government that can complete the war on poverty, ignorance, and hopelessness. While we deliver this message with heavy hearts, we nevertheless have clear minds. We know this transitional government is not what you deserve, but it is better than war.
Salva Kiir is keep promising people that he's not going to take the country back to war, but every statement that he make, he have to involve this word in.
He should work on his ignorance and hopelessness. He's ignorant and hopeless. He should work on that for himself.
So we extend the transitional period as a pragmatic and realistic choice for 24 months of healing and consolidating. Others, like myself, spend their entire lives struggling for the dignity of the South Sudanese people.
So with him, girl, others and myself I spend all my life like for the dignity of أنا ما شايف dignity هسه كلام لوكا يتكلم فوق ده. He fought all this time, and always when he comes out in public trying to tell us that he spent his life in bush, he fought for this country, and because of the dignity of the people of South Sudan, but yet the same Salva Kiir is killing people. The same Salva Kiir is arming militias and bringing militia in. The same Salva Kiir, he's insulting people left and right, like Kano, Umar Rais with a Dola. You know, the way that a president can come out in public say Equatoria and Nuer will pay price for killing the Dinka. Dama statement raised bitalaw. Dama statement raised bitalaw. De bes kano sultani aga dikellim.
I close this message by calling on two of them, in particular, to come back to South Sudan and collaborate with us in creating conditions for a complete political transition from war to lasting peace. Comrades Pagana Mom and Gerald Thomas Chirilo should come back home and join hands with us. Should come back home and join hands with us in Juba, like some of their comrades who have done so. We were together in the liberation struggle, and while we differed, we need them to join us now to set history on a correct course. With this, I thank you all very much, and God bless South Sudan. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Joseph Ineda Nurita Semita Risalada, and he called upon particularly Tomashirilo and Pagana Mum to come back home and to come to Juba, not just back home, to come to Juba so they can collaborate and work together to bring peace to South Sudanese. But my question is, how many opposition went to Juba and still until today there is no peace? So he still keep calling those people who is still like the opposition in exile to go back home. And many, like 3/4 of the opposition that he have there, they all now is under house arrest or whatever it is. You can name it the way you wanted to name it. They cannot speak up. They cannot do anything. So I don't know why he's still insisting that General Thomas to go to Juba. Go ahead, Anur. Welcome, Kimo. Welcome back, Dominic.
Yeah, shukran, compatriots وناس اللي قاعدين يسمعوا تحت. أنا يا دوب قمت من النوم لكن it's okay. Yesterday يعني أنا كان جي فولو روم الأول ده ما قدرت إنه نخش فوقه لحد الزمن اللي انتوا قفلتوه. أنا كان لسه شغل. في حاجة في قانون زماننا كنا في البوليس يعني جاء. أنا طبعا بيوري كلام ده the kidnapped state by the SPLM gangs. يعني هو فعلا ناس ديل مجرمين ديل نيجس. أنا دائما بقول ديل نيجس مجرمين مافيا. زمان ده في بوليس يعني في علم في باب يعني ذاته بقول لك الجريمة. شغل ده إنسان المجرم ده لناس تانيين، أنت بتفكر إنه ده زول يعني زول ساكت، زول ما بيعرف هو قاعد يعمل في شنو ولا كده، لكن no, it's not true. ده لما بدأ يشتغل شغل ده بقالوا زي يعني أنت لما تكون دكتور مهندس خرجت من الجامعة، أنت لما تتخرج من الجامعة أنت بتكون عندك في راسك أكثر حاجة تيوري أو في راس، لكن يعني practically أنت بتكون لسه تعبان. أنت يعني you will improve your skills on the ground and practically when you are doing things. That is where you will gain more يعني خبرات وكده اللي بيخليك انه انت بعد كده بتكون كويس في اتنين كله، كان تيوري ولا تعيسهم شنو ده شغل ايده. فالجريمة ده نفسه حاجة أو بطريقة ده. فإنت ببعضها كمان يعني غيره حاجات يعني particularly في زمن الحسا لما بقى يعني الجنوبين كله قاعدين يتكلموا حتى جوا، يعني بقى في كلام، فأنت لازم تبدأ طلعت على حاجات الجديد. لكن حاجات ده يعني زي ستيتمنت مارتن إليا مباري ناس ركز فوقه كتير. بس في فرق هنا، زي ما أنا قلت إنه الإنسان المجرم ده كرياتيف وبيقدر يعني يطلع بترمينولوجيز وبروجرامز مانيبيوليشن وحاجات ده لكن ما في نوم بتاع جنوب السودان ده، لأنه أنا بالنسبة لي ده ناس بلده لكن هم قاعدين يشيلوا من حاجات بتاع مجرمين الشطار زي شماليين زمان. statement بتاع مارتن إليا قال يا أخي والله ده ربنا ياو اختارهم عشان يكونوا في راس بتاع الجنوبين. فرق بتاعه شنو مع statement بتاع عمر البشير لما قال الزرامة أغلانا، ونفس الستيتمنت بس طريقة قالوا بويا برا. شجرة ما في شجرة يعني قال بيقوم براو ولا كده، لا، نحن كلنا قمنا لقينا أشجار ده ربنا يا خلقهم في الدنيا ده حاجات الكل حسا نحن قاعدين نعمل ريبرودكشن لحاجات ده. كلام الكثير بتاع الجنوبيين وشنو ده فهم هسه بقى ماشيين في عشان جنوبين طبعا ناس سكرانين بكلام بتاع الكنيسة وكلامين، فهم بقى دايرين to neutralize الأنجا في الجنوبين ده. بقى حسا جماعة بقى قالوا في شغل دين بقى نفسه حاجة ده كمان ترابي قالوا في الزمن بتاع حكم بتاع عمر البشير لما أنه كان رئيس بتاع المجلس كانوا بيسموه شنو برلمان المجلس الوطني، مجلس الشنو كده I forgot the first name هم كان حطوا لبرلمان بتاع السودان ده. لما ترابي كان مجلس الوطني الانتقالي يس زمان كان ترابي أو رئيس بتاع مجلس جابوا كيس بتاع corruption في برلمان لناس بتاع ديوان الزكاة. ديوان الزكاة one of the richest institutions in Sudan زمان ده. يعني قروش الفي ديوان الزكاة ممكن يكون بيفوتوا قروش الفي حكومة ذاته برانشز بتاع ديوان الزكاة ممكن بيفوتوا برانشز بتاع بنك السودان ذاته في السودان كله. فزمن ده حتى زول الغفير زول المراسلة زمن ده عنده موتر في ديوان الزكاة بالذات في هيد كوتر. وتبلغوا يعني ذاته دائما جسم توقي لما كده يعني ناس فعلا بياكلوا قروش. وين الكيس لما جابوه في البرلمان ترابي again he referred to Quran أو to كده في دين الإسلامي. قالوا ما خلي ناس ياكلوا ما جا في كاتبوه في الدين هناك. في الدين في حاجة في هناك يعني في حاجة مو مصاريف الزكاة. يعني زكاة ده كلموه صرفوه وين ده ناس منو ياكلوا زكاة ده مفروض. فهناك ده تتروا إنه تبلغوا ما بعرف الفقراء والمساكين وابن السبيل. وفي النهاية هناك كتب قالوا العاملون عليها. ناس اللي اشتغل في زكاة ده ذاته وما ندي حد باكلوا قروش ده.
مش ده كلام أنا قلت ده كلام النائب رئيس كلام قال قروش ده كله في جوبا ده الناس كله يجي في جوبا يجي ياكلوا في جوبا يعني في قروش في جوبا people can come and eat and enjoy that قروش in Juba.
قناة كان دي فولو الناس كان ده يعني هم حرامية لكن حرامية مبلغين هم جي export ideas من جي import ideas من برا. You put it right. It can get statements someone ده كله بعد ما تبلغوا كده وحصل قبال كده في محل تاني. And they are repeating. المهم جماعة ده وحتى كلام الأوديو لسه كتب قبال شوية كير ده الكلام تا إنه ده حياته كله في الغابة عشان ديجنيتي تا جنوب السودان. أسي كان أصادو سالفاكير ده ديجنيتي ده جدفعوا بإنه سالاريس ما بدفعوا لناس. ديجنيتي ده جدفعوا بإنه إتا بيشيلوا ريسورسز تا بلد كله إتا بودي لعيال تاكي ونسيبات تاكي. دور الفات مش كأنه قالي رجال تا 2 بناتو ذاته من كان disagree في history كده كان فوق طيارة ما طيارة private طيارة وكلام ده ما ده اتنين يسوق شنو ده نسيبات تأخير الجوز وبناتو ده أو payment dignity للجنوبين ده كده فهو بطريقة ده ولا كيف سيساقوني أما ناس الرابع كان بتحشيش يعني أنا زول رودو سالة نفسه توي فلعب أنا بقى عندي عيال يعني كان دي بيو قماشات بعد مرات ذاته أنا جاسبه قماش لسبب بنية تاي الكبير وما جال أنا دايركت وده ما بنية ربا في جنوب السودان ولا within the African culture. أنا أجيبه سكريني وجربيني. وما جال أنا دايركت كوري لهمتو. قالي وريلي بابا قماشة لوجلي بسودة يعني ما بانفع. يعني كانوا بيلي بسودة يلا أبانا تايدا بيلي بسودة. فأنا سيبو قماش ذاك يا سيستر غوني. Why I'm bringing this? ما بعد مرات حتى جانا تاكي ده ذاته يعني أوجا إنه إتا خلاص إتا بيجا زول responsible تزول كبير كان كليتا لبسوا حاجة كده يعني الأوزة كان جرى في الشارع أنت لقوه بالصدفة ومبسوط بميدو قال لي ده أبو تاي الجرى ده لكن كان عينه تجيلي بسوزين نيجا كده نو بنطلون طبعا نو بنطلون ده هو ما بطل لكن ده نوع الفوق رسمات كتير وشنو عملوا فوق استايلات ده يعني هو كان له كانه جاي فادي يعني انه كان سو كان ميدو وسابيتو ده غلا وابو ده كده مالو لسه بيجري جواهلا كمان ولا في شنو. I'm bringing this again. دور الفات لما الناس جيرانوا في كلام تا corruption طبعا سالفاكير قالوا ده كله في جبهة عشان جنوبين. زمان اللي كان بيجا ناس جي تارجت بوتو بكلام تا corruption وكلام ده دور الفات يمكن جاء في روم تا إدوارد غالبينيا one of the daughters كان في فيسبوك ولا يوتيوب وكاتب وكومنت هناك قال ما كلي بابا كله مشو سوري
في فيسبوك في فيديو تا بيتر بيار
في بيتر بيار yes I have that one yeah
yes قال ما كلي بابا كله مشو على البلد ده يعني كده compare كلام كابينيا ترى لو علي سوانا في بسبونتالون وبينيا سالفاكير الجيش هجا سالفاكير كاليسر جوجروس جنوب السودان إني إتا بعرف إنه something is wrong somewhere فأنا ده أنا ذاته مبارز أنا وريده تجيبال قالي كلام جاجا دواي زمان لما أنا نطبق تاكم ده kidnapping وسنانا قالي كلام جاسا لتاكم كيفتيسو يولا victim there. In this case, Junub Sudan. Unfortunately, the analysts are not bad at all. I'm coming to nickname في روميني يمكن في أنا زولتان يعني نفرين ثلاثة كده تيت. I was about coming up at that time لكن أنا جالي طبعا يمكن إتا مشغولين باب مقفول أنا بعد أرجع. المهم استغنينا زي وما نعرف كويس إنه من kidnap جنوب السودان or they did whatever they want to do with South Sudan. Thinking إنه جنوبين will keep quiet. عشان كده الحاجة هم بعد قالوا للجنوبين الصحاف لجانجو تومان ده مايكل ماكوي إنه يا أخي كده ترى وري لناس ده إنه كلمة ما جاني ونسو سامبلا كلمة ما فكر even to go on the streets لأنه أنا طوالي بكاتولومان نماين دي رابا بولت لكن we keep saying إنه لحاجة إفنتو إنسان ده يعني هو عندي حتى لو كان وصل فوقه يعني زمن ده بكون تسونامي انت ما بقدر روجي فوق كله كلام القاليه كان زول قوم عشان يقدر حريته يعني حتى حديد اللي تجيب روبوت بو في ايده ده ولا في قرى بقاتا وأيامات اللي تجي كتو جي إيش فوقو كله دلوما ده يوم ده بشمس ده بتالا أنا طبعا جي كتو حاجة ده بعربي تقنيو زي كلام توانيجا لكن بكون ناس فاهم كلام اللي أنا قصد ده أو كلام حاجة ده أبيغا لمن سوكو ناسا people of South Sudan will rescue South Sudan from this kidnapping ya Sister Gune. Nitem ده حاجة أنا لازم بشتغل فوقه. أنا لازم بكتب مسجز أنا اللي روا لستودنتس المفروض في بلد زي جنوب السودان عنده all these resources من oil revenue برا من gold ذاته اللي السودان ما أعرف كله إنت كان جلاحظ جنوبين أكتر حاجة بس بيونسوا في revenue oil. يمكن في some figures كان بعد مرات ذاته بيجيروا وكده وهناي لكن at least إنه أنا أعرف إنه يا أخي والله كان في oil يروح برا ويجيبوه حتى في some contracts السلفا كير عملوا إنه oil for roads وشنو كلام ده أنا أعرف إنه يا أخي في oil يتبيو برا وإن exchange of oil مثلا جابوا شندون ولا شنو دور الفضل قالوا بيجاملوا شارع كبار غزال لكن ده منو من الناس عارف إنه يا أخي جولد يطلع قدر شنو ذاته في جنوب السودان وغيروا وين ده منو من الناس عارف إنه يا أخي كسبات الجيجا كاو في جنوب السودان ده يتبيو لمنو يجيبوا قروش كم أنا قبل كده أنا بس نسيت ما تعلم في زمن اللي كان طلع فضيحة زول اللي اسمه تومونو سنت زول ده كان منير زول كان تباريات مشار اللي كان عمل له فيديو إنه جي فيديو كشف ده زول ده كان ماتاكا ولامبول يس تعرف زمن الفضيحة الزول ده طلع أنا زمان دخلوا في جوجل أنا لقيت أنواع أشجار يعني the most expensive in the world أنا لقوا إنه في تري يعني أول 3 إنه أشجار الغالي فوق تيك بذاته أشجار ده في أفريقيا هنا في أفريقيا هم بيجا ما ودي لوكيشنز إنه يأتي في أتو دولة وفي أتو دولة لكن one of them يأو تيك ده ذاته تيك ده كان دروا غاتا أو بيجا بطريقة البيجا هم بي غاتا عشان بعملوا بو for consumption يعني تبيو تو غالي 30 by 130 meter $10 ده زمن ده زمن الفضيحة ده طلع يعني 30 سنت في 100 سنت يعني متر في 30 كده وده كمان بكون قالي يعني كمان الناس برا فكر قالي ده يعني كتلة نو يعني هو يعني بكون قال لنايتو يعني الأورد مش الأورد يعني السمك
thickness بتاعتها قاصد
yes يعني بكون 5 سنت ولا 10 سنت أنا ما متذكر يعني شوف إنت كده في الأشجار الكبار اللي في جوا ده إنت أول حاجة تنقطع لمتر ويلا إنت جامله في 30 في 5 سنت الارتفاع بتاعه ده يعني في متر الواحد في كتلة متر واحد بس يطلع كم يطلع كتير ده جزء من حاجات أنا لازم أنا ببدأ target our citizens particularly students. أسي ناس الحياة طبعا يعني جرى لدارك فيوتشر ده أو طلبة لسا the resources alana geni idu de ita biligolisa jama ze jama juba, and I'm sure inu madam jama juba amola jede mana amolo fi jama taninde inu ita bidafa school fee wale shinu kaman rusum ta jama. It's not bad, lakin bad marati ita bijadafa miten kaman ita bidafa ligo economy bitak strong and citizens, each citizen can afford to pay. Lakin anna gano fi dual tanin al-kubal kida uman bada build nafsa toman. Wana ayno hata fi Junub Sudan de when the development partners came in to help South Sudan. And Dominic de yumkin gubal kama ya makida okan zato mentioning he was going to China and he met some of his friends in Mahal Shumal. Muhim, the point here, in Dominic can go China. I myself, I can go to Japan. Bardo, fi haja gina di capacity building. This capacity building, yani, ita kan bele kalita dera, shanita bagder, develop nafsatake by yourself. You want to gain skills wajade, ita lazim be target education. Ita bikuto priority defi education. As a priority tatanna fi mamujirimin al gangs alita kuto fog de, priority toman inu to arm the militias to protect them lamane kunti mushkela. As a arming the militias they were the Junub Sudan when no were the Junub Sudan ay mahal. Lakin lo kan min 2011 that lo kan anna target bus education. Hatta nepotism or tribalism alanna junu sufogo de kan bukun kalaso. Kan anna ya tribalist anna fi western world de nasal jua enak zato. Junubin al-Jua, man can be stopped. The goal here is stop this nonsense of yours. Anna anything Junub Sudan, and Anna mind in Mashakal Takombe. And even all Ahajat al-Hasi Junubin Gikore, Minfogo, Kandelen, Grapping, Kandemunu, they are using these illiterate militias. Yani Lonas del can educate it. They will have a say. Woman can be good la. Anna ma ba amula jada the citizens anna. Anna ma biduru fulan, anna ma bidugu fulan, anna ma be kidnap fulan without arrest warrant, arrest zay takalisto de. Anna ma ba amul dan, anna ma ba amul de. Lakin ashan woman dare to keep youth illiterate. عشان هم بقدر اشتغل بو ذاتي جيمز طبعا ده. المهم يا جماعة كلام ماشي لتكم كتير. Let me conclude إنه we need to target the mind of the citizens to tell them إنه يا أخي جروس الكسر ده جروس تكم. Another transparency في حاجات resources تنمى في جنوب السودان ده. Gero when we give a camp sana gurus de ga molobo sunu ode talaba yao mafurud bikun umani yao al dinamo bita all what we are saying here in the social media. Lakina na maaraf talaba betana al fi Junub Sudan de del shiribu ya to non makwi anabiga maaraf. المهم let me stop here for now. شكرا.
Thank you نور. أنا درني حاجة بسيطة إن كلام بتاع أخشاب اللي تكلمت ريس في خشب بتاع تيك وفي خشب بتاع مهوغني. ده من أخشاب القوي. يس محل الموجود فوقه كتير يهو في أفريقيا، لكن عندنا في جنوب السودان برضو أننا عندنا تيك وعندنا مهوغني. ده مهوغني ده بتلقاه في ويسترن إيكوتوريا، مليان مهوغني، وده من أقوى الأخشاب. It's just similar like teak. وفي فترة الفات ماشي لتقريبا 4 years I believe or 5 years، أنا كان غلطان، ممكن كيمو بقدر بأد مو. we have هنود جا كتير في Western Equatoria. In I think they have agreement of cutting trees and take it to India. So Hajada has been going on, and community leaders from Western Equatoria tried very hard to stop that not to happen. And some of the boys that we have on the ground, Aulad Bita Mantiga, they fought and they blocked this, they block access Lenasal Gadini Jakta Workshop Bita Mohoganida. كمان في like 3 weeks ago أنا سمعت برضو حاجة تقريبا أنا ما أعرف كان طلع في اي راديو ولا وين، قال في عربات مشحون باللوجينج، أخشاب قطعوا تقريبا من اتجاه بتاع ناس سايمون أبوي ورا هناك. I believe ده منطقة ذاته بتاع ناس كيمو. أخشاب ده قطعوا من هناك، كان أخشاب ده في عربات شحنوه وجاي لجوبا، لكن وقفوه في سكة. So وقفوه في سكة. what happened by then أنا ما أعرف. يلا أخشاب بتاع تيك ده أنت بتلقاه كتير في اتجاه بتاع لوكا، في لوكا ساوث، لوكا ساوث، لوكا راوند and لوكا اتجاه بتاع لوكا. أخشاب ده غالبا ده كتير بتاعه كان مزروع بمرحوم يوكوبو. إنتو كان سميته بيوكوبو، ده أخوه كبير بتاع أجري جادين، كان طبعا عنده مزرعة كبير بتاع تيك في المنطقة ده. So now there is no family. أخشاب ده طبعا ما في ناس اللي بقى قاعد take care of them، و بقى يعني قاعد يقوم، هو قاعد يقوم أصلا، لأنه زمن ده he have that business لما هو كان لسه young في عمر وما قرا مدرسة، لكن شغل بتاعه كان زراتيك. لما كان عنده أمال قاعد يشتغل معه مرحوم يعقوب لادو. So ده كان one of his business until this business يهو كان هو دخل بو أخوه مرحوم أجري جادين ذات عشان يقرا مدرسة لحد ما يgraduate. So that's what I know about the tick. برضه أنا سمعت في ويسترن بحر غزال تقريبا كانوا في tick، لكن I'm not 100% sure to be honest. So this is what I heard. South Sudan is one of the countries that have those good أخشاب الجماعة قاعدين يقطعوا. قبل 2-3 شهر تقريبا أنا كان عملت اللايف بتاعت أخشاب قاعدين يقطعوا برضو في ويسترن إيكوتوريا. في واحد من مرو كوميونيتي ده كان هو يتكلم في لايف فيديو على أساس إنه those people are coming and start to destroy people, the area environment بقى ما نظيف، لأنه بقى قاعدين يقطعوا أخشاب كله تحت. and the community are not happy about those Indian coming in the area, and they're coming through the commissioner of commissioner with East, what Mundri East, which is commissioner for Zia. They're coming through those Fozia and Dawa. So they're the one securing the area for these people. Nas Hunud W Bakta Workshop ولا وفي تاني في جزء برضو كان أولاد بتاع البلد ياخدوه بقتا وأخشاب دي بدفعولهم قروش. يلا أخشاب ده بيشحنوه بودو في يوغندا. From Uganda going where؟ ناس ما بعرف. This is another تاني طريقة كان شغال. الكلام ده كان قبل 3 شهور بالتحديد كده. أنا كان عملت برضو فوق اللايف فيديو يا زلفة داوا. So أنا برضو كان عملت فوق اللايف فيديو and I have the video that بتاع الزول اللي اتكلم من أرض الواقع about أخشاب بتاع mahogany. That one is it was mahogany. So yeah. زول تاني ممكن يشيل من هنا. كان في زول عنده ناي حسن عملت كده 3 ساعات في يوتيوب. يا جماعة ناس التحت ممكن تلوج on يوتيوب هناك برضه. انت ممكن تشوف بعدينك من beginning. انت كان جيت متأخر You can go and listen from the start on the YouTube. You can save it on your side so you can watch it later on. كان في زول جاهز دار يمشي. Go ahead.
Yeah, salam takum. I was a bit busy, but now I'm on the break. You can say something a little. Salam takum kulu Queen, Ohida Lorit, Joseph, and our listeners down here. Yeah, thank you, Queen, for coming up again with this topic, which we agree that we need to elaborate more about it. The kidnapping of our nation by the SPLM gangs. This especially the extension and all the turmoil that's happening. This thing, if I can take us back a little bit, I think the downfall started in 2018. The threats of this regime started since 2018. If I can just take us back there. The 2018 negotiation, which was headed by Ismail Wiles, the chairperson or the chairman of African Union, by then, was the genesis of our downfall in South Sudan. I will talk with low voice because I have other staff here with me in the staff room having their break as well. Am I clear? Am I clear enough, Queen?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah. So they are trying by saying that, the 2018 peace agreement, as we heard, we won there, but as we read it from the statements and from, we experienced that peace negotiation and the outcome of it was not really genuinely or was not thoroughly discussed. Although it was few parties that went, but the major party that was wanted to come home was the SPLAIO, and then toppled up with the other, I can just call them maybe briefcase parties by then. By that time, our party was not yet developed. We were barely 1 year, and then but they include us anyway to be part and parcel of the negotiation. And the concluding bit of the negotiation, as we heard as well from people that have attended, it was so crafty. Crafty in the sense that nothing was really discussed at all. Papers were just brought and people were coerced to sign it. You sign here, sign there, without maybe I can just exaggerate by saying with a knife on the throat, that sign here and sign there, and some people did sign it. Those who are signing for power hungry did sign it. The head is headed by SPLAIO, who wanted really desperately to go back and hold their position, and they went. Up to today, we know that they're there, and the negotiation. I mean, the points are not even scored. I think it's just 6%, as you said there, because I was following. 6% just fulfill, but the rest are not.
It's 10%. 10%,
yes.
It's 10% in 6 years.
In 6 years, exactly. Yeah, it was since 2018. We are now in 2014, it's 6 years precisely. So I don't know about the rest of the parties. Do they have their own that needed to be signed? Up to now, I think we didn't ask about the rest of the parties. Of course, we know that they are just briefcase parties. They want to go because one thing for sure that this government has put a presidency on is that If you want a position, you rebel. Okay, so if you want a position, rebel, and when you come back, you are elevated. You are taken and put on the position that you negotiated yourself on. So this government set that presidency. That's why South Sudan has a lot of crafty briefcase movements all over South Sudan. Everybody wants to just create one, you know. So in doing so, it has really confused South Sudanese in the process of creation of all these movements everywhere. Anybody, me and you, we can just agree and come up, write our constitution, crafty one, and come up with a movement. And that's what this government is encouraging South Sudanese to do. All right, the peace was signed. And then it was signed with the cessation of hostility, which means those who hold arms should what? Cease fire. And things were done. Up to now, 10% only were really committed on, and it was set and it's working. But what about the rest? It's not. So that one, it was led, as I said, mentioned, the chairman by then was Ismail Welsh, the chairman of African Union. But did they really follow up this agreement signed between the IO and the were they following up? Because I think if they were following up as the caretakers and as the mediators, of course, definitely a mediator, when you are a mediator, you are following up what you have mediated. You want to see to it that what you have agreed upon is really is a committed thing, is going on and is implemented. But at this point here, I wonder if Ismail Wells or African Union as general did really, because Striker was, I think, involved as well. I'm not sure about that, but it was entirely about the African Union. Were they there? Are they there? Are they following? Did they really, are they monitoring? Or they are just monitoring the cessation of hostility, that they don't want maybe the rebels to come and attack the government, but the other way around, the government, as we know, are provoking instead the rebels that are holding guns against them. And I can just put precisely like National Salvation Front. In many cases, they have even broken that law of cessation of hostility by always attacking the NAS position. And the only thing this NAS army can do is just respond on self-defense. So I don't know, really. And I'm wondering up to now, somebody can point me later in the right direction that the African Union have been monitoring this peace agreement, and they are there telling Kir or talking to them that commit yourself, sign the peace agreement, finish the rest of the points that are not signed yet, and let you go then for election, as it was said earlier on. After signing the peace agreement, and then you commit to the points, you tackle them one by one. If it is done, you go for election. This was the initial agreement, but I don't know. Like I say, I want somebody to tell me if they have been following that. So that one did not happen. Time has gone, and it's 6 years. Again, Kir, because he's feeling pressure, maybe this time around from the international community. They came again. Kir crafted what is called Tumaini. And this Tumaini, the genesis of it, we have come to understand that it was not really a fresh thing altogether. You know, it was just, before I go there, they try even to kill the aspiration of the National Salvation Front, you know. After this peace agreement they have not signed, they are juggling it by by trying to bring us down, by like planting agents in the government, in form of even this Elia Lomoro whom we were talking about yesterday up to today, like talk to your own community to come home, and we know what happened between that bishop and a couple of NAS members, which led to really a deadly thing. We lost people, which is not good. And as well, that's why Kenya and Kir, and that's their agreement. This is what I'm just doing. Kenya and Kir are in this group together, together with the regime's gangster, in the character of Tutkeo, Akoku, Gerigori, hovering around, like hunting down the opposition, as I've said, to eliminate as usual, and maybe they have managed to buy some, as I've said, and brought them back to the government again, just to weaken the movement of National Salvation Front. But it is proving, I think, difficult to them. That is what actually produced Tumaini, according to my analysis. Tumaini to lure National Salvation Front in. Like you have seen, they tried hard. They couldn't bring National Salvation Front. I don't want to mention some of our then coalition members, but they tried through them, like to bring us in. But because National Salvation Front leadership and members are so wise, we have grown out of that, and we know their tactics. Because one thing for sure, that when you are fighting somebody, know them inside and out, know them like ABC or 1 times 1 or a table, the easiest one. Just find their tactics, so we know them by color. So the negotiation is not about the peace, really. It is about killing the genuine agenda that is conceived by the like of the National Salvation Front and other opposition movements around South Sudan, to protect and build South Sudan as large into 21st century style, and that is the envy. That's the envy of those portraying themselves as friends of South Sudan. And by saying this, I mean some of the East African countries, the like of Kenya and Uganda, who have really deepened their hands, really so deep into South Sudan. They are looting South Sudan as well. So they topple Kir regime. And at this point, sometimes I'm even wondering, how many fronts are we fighting? Are we fighting the internal war or external war? Because Kenya, as we can see, is deeply rooted in the affairs of South Sudan, helping the regime, not the people, And Uganda is divided. Of course, the government is as well wanting to get the piece of cake from South Sudan. So, my dear people, we have a lot of fronts to fight. Like now we know Uganda, especially Uganda, the troops are there. The troops are there since the incident of 2013. Ugandan troops have been there, part and parcel of South Sudan, protecting Kir, protecting the agenda of the Jain Council of Elders, and protecting their own agenda as well, And we don't know how much is South Sudan sold to Uganda. This is another mystery that's waiting for us to unravel. They fear, my dear people of God, they are fearing, compatriots, they fear NAS. NAS is going to rise up and become a true liberator and salvation giver to the people of South Sudan. That is why you see them always, they want to temper. Even this recent negotiation that they have reinstalled, that okay, they can meet us in Rome, that has got a big question mark there as well. It's another attempt of just wanting to bring you down, but we will stand firm. And it was about the fear of where and how South Sudan and its people will become in future. if movement like the like of National Salvation Front left unprovoked. You know, this is what I'm thinking. That's why Kenya put his hands to the hands of Kir to destroy South Sudan, because Kir did say it clearly as well. If we can go back, he did say that I will leave South Sudan. I will not leave South Sudan the same. And somebody can frame it right. I'm just trying to put it in my own words. He did say that South Sudan, I will not leave South Sudan the same. He said, I will break South Sudan into pieces and put it into dustbin. And whoever comes after me will go and pick it from that dustbin. And this is exactly what Kir and his regime and his so-called friends are doing to South Sudan. They want to see to it that they loot the resources of South Sudan. They leave South Sudan completely bare, helpless, so that they even want to start from the scratch. Nothing is there to build South Sudan. The resources are all gone. You know, how will you build a country? How? But we will have the main power. I'm just praying that they leave for us the main power. They don't kill our people, because people will build South Sudan. You know, so we have a long way to go. We have too many fronts to fight, and I don't know who is there for us. I don't know. You know, coming to the last remark of Dr. Elia Lomro, that they are chosen by God to lead. As such, it is their time. Let us leave them alone to continue, like to loot, torture the South Sudanese as usual. That is what is meaning. Leave them alone. They are chosen by God. You know, how on earth can you just utter such words without even thinking? You know, this Elia Lomro is not an easy man. He is really smart. He's charismatic. He's clever. He studied enough. But look at this regime. Some days back, was it yesterday or the day before yesterday? We were alluding like, what is this regime feeding the people of South Sudan? Because people like Elia Lomro, just look at what he's saying. Has he run out of words? Really? Is that how, when you are falsam, kalasa biga bonis to sampalabes, like headless chicken and gataura store, biga best minutu to do sambala maru, uprawa the way? I am wondering what brains Elia Lomro got. So Lomro should know that when a government is really chosen by God, they have to care about the constitution that is written by the people and for the people to govern people. A constitution that have a bill of rights and rule of law and separation of power with a clear transparency. That is the government that is chosen by people. Not otherwise, not like theirs, who are instead of oppressing the people, deceiving the people, looting the resources of the people, grabbing land, raping women, raping children up to death. You rape a child until a child is dead. Is that a government that is chosen by God? Is that what Elia Lomro mean? That they are chosen by God? Okay, if they are chosen by God and they behave towards the people like that, what are the people? Where do we come from? Where do South Sudanese come from? Who created South Sudanese? Is this not this same God that chose them to be there in that seat? Elia Lomro, I think they have a different God. Maybe they mean a God that's written in a small letter G, a God that they pray there in J1, because as we all know, those leaders are not the worshippers of God anymore. They worship their idols. Each and every one have got their kujur to worship there. I think Elia Lomro is referring to that, not to God, the Almighty, creator of heaven and earth, and all the mankind, and everything on earth here that's created by God. I am so surprised to hear that coming from me. They should as well understand that South Sudan is a nation that is diverse with ethnically based rules and institutions, and those rules and norms are what binds us together. What should actually bind us together, not tearing our social ties as they have already made that do that, because they've really tear our social fabric. We are into tribal lines, and in the tribe even we are into, I don't know, clans or what. They have really tried their best in tearing us apart. That's why in the social media here we don't really go like talking the same or standing from the same angle, you know. The tribes, they did this tribalism thing by debate, by creating this. Then is it 32? Was it 32 states or 34? 34 states. Somebody can correct me there. They created these states, as many as they were able to, just to divide us, and to be able to conquer and rule us. And they have actually succeeded, because our social fabric is strong. If they think they are chosen by God, they must have understood that they should not have gotten into the habit of bending the truth. Propaganda everywhere. The truth to shut their political, to shoot their, to shut people up, and then those bending to shoot their party, their political party, which is the SPLA, you know, the SPLA orthodoxy. I don't know what was this SPLA built on. I don't have a clue. Sorry, I don't have a clue up to now, because what we see now, SPLA is just a party that is really like a thief that is coming to steal and then to kill and destroy. And I'm sorry for those who still hold SPLA at heart, but this is what they are doing to the country at large and to the people. Destroying the country, killing the people, and stealing, my goodness, is stealing even the life. Where is, we have a 3 generation who is lost now. Is that not what the SPLA have stolen? They have stolen that 3 generation is going ruin now as we speak here. So is that a government that is chosen by God? Can God allow that his children should be treated as such? I don't believe so. This is a different God that is referring to. They must also understand that as party, they will make a country great. And by saying that, what makes a country great is the membership of all parties that are to be based in the country and to work all for the country, not like sidelining others and dividing people in the ethnic background and tribal line. So as such, they should have not let the government to be hijacked. You know, they shouldn't have hijacked this government and made them as one ethnic government if they are really chosen by God. They must have also understand that security is paramount for everybody. And security is there to protect people, not that a security that is to snatch people from their doorsteps, like they are doing, kidnapping people and putting people in underground built houses like rats. You know, this is not a security. And this is not a government that's, so the list goes on and on and on about a good government compares to what Elia is really saying. And he should really understand that we have grown, South Sudanese people have grown out of that, of bending propaganda, twisting people's mind and thinking nobody anymore buys their whatsoever rubbish that they are talking about, you know. But you know what somebody was saying, if kids were to be asked about the issue of South Sudan, they will even know the solution. You know, I came across a group of young people, South Sudanese kids and some African kids as well. And they asked me about this issue of South Sudan. You know what they told me when I narrated according to their standard of understanding? They say, I think you people are just, according to them, we are the one giving this government to continue killing, mistreating, and taking country disarray. These are the kids. So when I heard them saying that and coming to weigh what these kids have said and what we are always saying, the children have got brains to think, you know, and this is exactly what I'm saying. We are the one that give an upper hand. We supported, we gave a green light to this government. We give a green light to the extent of the like of Elia Lomro, give Alphys Gali Bible Yakin Mungenfu. We really did. If we could have come together. But as well, they did their work, really, a job well done by dividing us into our ethnic lines. We can't come together because we are destroyed beyond repair, you know. And I don't know, it takes how much effort for us to come together so that we can push that government out. That is a talk for another day. But this extension, we know that it is illegal. Today is 21st. It has already expired, and they extended this thing last week when it is already expired. 7 days, you cannot be extending something. If at all, expiry is before even 3 months. 3 months is this thing has expired already. But they extend it anyway because they know South Sudanese have got no tooth to bite. They don't have teeth at all to bite them. They don't. That's why Nagasma Hajat Zede Taban. Ashana foolish good Hajat foolish Zede. They are chosen by God. Bible to happen. So we have a big task to put on our shoulder and carry it and really work it out properly until we will land it on the ground. Otherwise, we are just doomed. Yesterday was another thing. Today we are discussing on another scenario. Every day is the same thing from that regime. Until when? The answer is for you and me to find out. But otherwise, the unity of all the South Sudanese is what will push this government out. People are asking, where's National Salvation Front? This is the only that have got forces on the ground. But if you don't support these forces, you come together as a nation, as South Sudanese. If you believe that NAS is what will bring us out from this turmoil, from the same scenario, yo-yo, every day, in and out, left and right, forth and back. This regime is treating us like that. And if you believe that National Salvation Front is the answer, is the solution, why are you not joining? It's just simple tasks that will be asked of you. And I think if all of us join in, some will go on the ground, some will just, if you think you cannot go, you just give even your £1. Junubin then who can rally behind the forces of National Salvation Front with just your £1 or $1. £1, $1. How many are we as South Sudanese? Are we into millions? This thing within a minute we will take the J1 out. But where are we with unity? Where are we with unity? So we have to topple this thing with exerting more effort, and we have to really think of unity that will bring us out with this deep mud. Alamna kalas da kalfogo bagirastanna besna bakatis uhaganara. Otherwise, Jama, this is our story, and this will be our song. Always coming here, talking on a breaking news, a heartache one. Anyway, my break is just 5 minutes. Kalana Karasko by Shide, and a Brija Bishoko, and I will be here listening. And if I get a riff time as well, I will come and put another 2 or 3 cents. Thank you.
Thanks, compatriot Lucia. I believe earlier you asked about the state. So yes, the state was when Salva Kiir made the issue degree. I believe it was 4 years back or 5 years back. He issued degree for 32 states. Then people start talking about it, and people are standing against the tribal state that he created. Then he made another degree to return back to the 10 states and 3 administrative areas. This is the state that we have at the moment. We have 10 states and 3 administrative areas. The Hajalana Barif. Okay, I have 3 hours and a half in YouTube, and I need another just half an hour. Then I will close the YouTube. We'll continue with Clubhouse. Ohide, are you in place to speak?
One with Lucia, because she asked many compounded questions in her talk. It makes it a little bit very difficult. But I know one of the questions that she asked.
You can answer them, Dominic.
Yeah, one of the things that I asked was actually the role of the JMIC. I'm not sure if I grabbed the whole thing.
Yeah, I think she said about she talked about the like guarantors with that agreement with the 2018 or observers. They supposed to maybe monitor the condition, or maybe she talked a lot about the African Union instead. Yeah, African Union.
That is the gist of the what. I mean, this is what I captured.
Yeah.
And I submit actually in the role of the JMEC as a body that is tasked with monitoring the agreement. You know, in ideal situation, the JMEC is supposed to be there to blow a whistle like a referee. Zol Hakam Bokura. إذا في خطأ أنت بتضرب صفارة. Otherwise, the match will be chaotic. Now, what has happened, even from the time of Festus Mahai, and he set a precedent that is really not good. When the first war broke out in 2016, Festus Mahai was supposed not to approve the decisions of the government. First, to sort their differences within by war. Number 2, he would have urged them to come and sit down so that even the SPLMIO can sort out their differences. and then they go back in the track of implementing the agreement. That did not happen. To the contrary, he said something that is so very dangerous, that if the South Sudanese people want that way, then he doesn't have anything to say, because this is the wish of the South Sudanese people. And that would have been the last stroke that broke the camel's back. Number two, the envoys, like the guy who was killed from Tigray, Sahyun Meshin. He was actually the envoy of I think AU or EGAT to the conflict in South Sudan. They themselves, they did not do what is supposed to be done. In other words, they are to monitor this agreement in terms of its implementations, and they are supposed to take it back to the African leaders and say, guys, there's a problem here that is bigger than these people, and we need your intervention so that we can be able to save this continent from not realizing the African dream of silencing war in 2020, because the war was not silenced in 2020, and it will never be silenced, because the leaders of the region ended up standing with dictators. And I think the case in question was that of the ECOWAS, when they decided to threaten the countries of the West Africa that managed to make coup to their leaders. And so when the African Union said we are here to denounce coup, is because most of these leaders are in the business of changing the constitution. They are not democratic. So even this lady Sarah, when she's talking, look at Uganda. Yes, elections is not a measure of democracy. Democracy in and of itself has a lot to be desired. It is not that you elect leaders and they are very happy. So there's need for more robust actions when we are talking about democracy. Now, when you look at the envoys, they're also there to make their money, and that is just a fact. And at a certain point in time, during the times of the negotiation, it is the envoys that are coming out so strong that we are not going to open these RRs. Especially this is Ismail Weiss. And one of the discussions, I think even Shirino became so furious and threatened him also, saying, you are nothing when it comes to South Sudanese problem. You don't have to meddle. So they are the ones actually playing in the playbooks of Kir. Now you wanted peace with other people, and pretty much this is why the discussions in Rome has to drag, because over the years the government wanted the whole out group, especially the National Salvation Front, to just go to Juba and participate. They will give a position Thomas, and that is true. But it is a cause that is bigger than position, because if it is position, Thomas was the chief of general staff of the deputy chief of general staff of the army. By now he could have risen to be not only the chief of his staff but also a minister, because this John Baliu is so very junior when it comes to the role of Thomas etc. So that is something that is out of, and it's bigger than that. It's about serving the country and addressing the root causes of the problem. And that is why I will never get surprised, to the roles of these EGAT. Even during the launching of the Tumaini, they are saying that the agreement is going so very well. There are progresses that are made. But if you look at the progresses, and by the way, the progresses that was made after the roadmap was extended, it was only 10%. So if you take the 30% or the 27% and the 10%, it is only 37% that was implemented in 6 years. Most of it is work in progress and things that are yet to be touched. And we keep on saying that some of these implementational modalities or provisions of this agreement does not need really what we call money.
Finance.
It just needs all finances. It needs what we call a political will. For example, the constitution of the hybrid court, that does not need money. You need to constitute it. You see, the issues of restructuring and reforms of the economic sector, that one needs a political will. Issues of a constitutional making process to constitute that mechanism, it needs a political will. So even now, they do not tell us how are they going to concurrently, run this thing so that come 2026 December, they would have met all the thresholds or the thresholds that is there in the agreement to genuinely say, well, now we can go to elections. These were some of the setbacks. So the external observers, or those people who we call them observers, they don't care. If their money is coming, they are so very fine, and therefore they will sit on these dockets and they will extend. Out of all these African countries, it is only the Europeans and the Americans that abstain from the real support of this extension. The rest of the people, they have extended. They have supported the government of South Sudan in the extensions of this tenure of the agreement. Again, dancing into the tune of a bad peace is better than a good peace. So if there is anything that we need to do as South Sudanese now, we have to know that those guys are equally the same as the government. Huma mindum ferik. Hakuma bita Salva Kiir be awan bitaw nas Bartimilia. Huma derin يديروا البلد ده, ولانه اذا هم قاعدين يديروا البلد ده تلقائيا هم هيلقوا الثروه. وديل لما يكون في سلام ماشي هم بيكونوا مشغولين. اقل واحد بيكون عنده الطياره عشان يسافر، بيكون عنده مساريات، بيكون عنده قروش كثير جدا. فانا ما ممكن احل المشكله ده عشان الامكانيات ده تكتر. But if there is peace in South Sudan, why will I have a peace envoy? To do what? You see, that is where the people of South Sudan must now rise. And when we are talking about the people of South Sudan to rise, that does not mean that we are oblivious of the circumstances that they are undergoing. But we are in this together. You see, we are in this together. And unless you say that enough is enough, these guys will continue to torment you. Now, what is it that they are using to scare the people of this country? War. Do you think that Salva Kiir has the ability, the mental model, the physical preparedness even to go and fight? ما حيقدر. مارتينيليا ده ما ضرب سلاح يوم واحد. في كلام اللي هو قاعد يتكلم ده ما ضرب سلاح. مايكل ماكوي is a very poor commander. عمره كله قاعد في السجن. حتى قررنا سجنه قبل كده. When really war comes, these guys will not resist. They will never be there. So it is the people of South Sudan that should raise their voices, and they are in raising their voices, they will be demanding for the government, to عشان يتنحى عن السلطة. كويس. وده في بعض من الاحوال ما بتجي ساكت. ليه؟ لانه احنا عارفين لما الجيش بتاعنا ده جيش قبلي، احنا عارفين انه في ناس مستفيدين من الدوله ده. they will continue to support this regime existence in power. لكن اذا الشعب ده كله انتفض، اذا الشعب ده كله انتفض، تفتكر الناس الهنا ده هم بيكونوا كم؟ اوكي؟ السلاح ده ما قاعدين يضربوا اي زول تاني والا الشعب ده. والعسكري ده منو؟ عسكري ده مع اخويا انا ده ابن خالتي وابن عمي. انا قبل شهرين قاعد اتكلم مع ولد اخوي، قال جوا بيبقى كاب. قلت له ما بيبقى كاب كده لانه انتوا راضين انه حراميه ده يقعدوا يستعمركم. You see, you better do something. فكر الجيش للناس اللي مانين بالمسألة ده. الناس اللي بيجتمعوا في روم هنا عندكم حالكم كويس، قاعدين يعانوا يتكلموا الفياسات الجيش ده. يعني انت داير انا ارسل قروش عشان انت تمشي تشتري دواء لمرتك العيان ولا ولدك العيان وانت في جيش، انت عندك سلاح. اوكي؟ ده كلام غريب جدا. فهنا لازم نقول لهم انه يقفوا مع الشعب ده وليس بقيادات ده. حتى ولو ادوكم قروش بتاعكم في الشكل بتاع ما هي بتاع شهر وشهرين، ده ما كفيل عشان انتوا تديهم السند بتاع ان هم يستمروا يقعدوا في. So there is an internal rescue. الانترنال ريسكيو دي بتجي من الشعب. انت ما ممكن تتوقع انه ده حيضربوا الشعب ده كله كده عشان يموتوا. لا، انت ممكن بتضرب واحد. بالمناسبه كلاشينكوف ده فوق 30 تلقى 30 تلقى كويس. انت لما تبدا تضرب ضربه عشوائي ده والله احتمال انت ذاتك ما تشيل 5 دقيقه تكمل 30 ده وما حتضرب زول ذات. مرات في بعض من الاحوال بتحصل. لكن الناس اللي بيقتلوا في الناس ده بيحكموه. انت لو ضربت مرات انت بتفتكر انك انت قاعد تضرب زول تاني، لكن انت بتيجي تلقى انت ضربت ولا اخوك ولا جناق ولا مش عارف نصيبك، بترجع في بيت بتمشي تلقى انه في بيكا في بيت. الشعب لازم ينتبهوا. الناس اللي بدا كمان بيساعد. احنا زي بتاع جبهه الخلاص ده ما حنقعد ساكت كده. قالوا يا اخي اذا في عمليه بتاع فوقلا برايزنج بنخش في جوبا ده عشان احنا نشوف العساكر الواقف مع الرجيم ده الدايرين يضربوا المواطنين ده. احنا يا بنبادل معهم نيران. ده واضح. احنا بنواد الشعب بتاعنا. لكن هنا we are all in this together. احنا كلنا في ده. دي ما مسؤوليه بتاعت واحد زول، لانه الجماعه دول على الاضرار بتاعهم بقى تواصل لكل فئه بتاع جنوب السودان. احنا قاعدين نطلع ده الرساله. ناس مارتينيلي انت ما بتتوقع منه اي حاجه. انا كنت قاعد اشوف فيديو بتاعه، هو ظاهر كانه سكران وذاته كانه شرب حاجه كده، لانه ده ما كلام بتاع زول طريقه بتاع
دومينيك. في زول سأل، انا شفت جبال في ميديا بس ما نقاطعك. في واحد من لوكا راون عمل اعتذار، شال البوست بتاع ايليا لما قال on behalf of local round community and on behalf of himself he wanted to apologize to South Sudanese citizen في statement بتاع ايليا لما يلا واحد قام كتب له في comment section قال له كده can you clarify that هو كلام ده ساعة كم بالظبط عشان إننا نقدر نجاج because this is what you just saying now. زول ده بيشحشح شوية كده يلا بقوم بيجي في ميديا لأنه راسه كده شوية بقى ملخبط.
انا قاعد اتابع. انا تابعت على 5 دقيقة. انا عارف زول اللمبة مش سكران كويس، لأنه طريقة هو قاعد ياكل جوه كلام ولسانه اللي قاعد يجري ده تقيل. انا عرفت انه زول السكران، لكن تبريره بتاعه لانه ناس كنيسه ما خلاهم دور ده. اوكي، كنيسه طلع بيان قال له كلام واضح جدا، فهو عايز يبرر. عشان كده جبل له اخونا النور قال كلام مهم جدا، انه زول ده بشكبت يلقى حاجه كده بمسكوا فوقه عشان يقوم يبرحن بالجرائم بتاعهم ده. فحسه هو رجع للكنيسه. لكن ناس كنيسة ده ذاته يعني ناس عجيبين جدا. انتوا دارين تقابلوا رئيس عشان انت تيجي تتكلم شنو؟ رئيس ده بيجيك في قلبك بتاعك، بيجيك في الكنيسة ده انت داري ولا انت ما داري، اقعد في محلك تتكلم في الكنيسة ده. هتمشي تقعد معاه وتيجي تقول له شنو؟ والا انت زول زي بيشوب مثلا، بيشوب الياس ده وتمشي تطبل له ما معروف انت قاعد تعمل شنو يعني. دي الحاجة اللي احنا قاعدين نشوف من السذاجة والعيوب المرات اخواننا في الكنيسة قاعدين يعملوا. اقعد في محلك كويس ويتكلم في محل. ده كلام مهم جدا. But for you to continue to want to meet the president for what? كويس. ده الكلام اللي ما تمام. So كبرت لوشيا وغيره تكلموا كلام مهم. لا let them go and fight with ربنا. لكن ربنا ده ما ذاته خلقنا على صورة بتاعه. يا أخي إحنا رافضين. ما بولس ده قال هو يسوع ده قال لبولس الحاجة أنت رديت به في الوطن أنا بردي به فوق في السماء. أنت رفضته أنا برفضه في السماء. يا أخي إحنا رفضناكم يا أخي. إحنا ما دارينكم. الشعب بتاع جنوب السودان ده كورة كروب. أنتوا ما عندكم إحساس. إحنا هسه قاعدين نتكلم ده مش عشان قال إحنا ثلاثة. والله إحنا بدنا نعارض الحكومة دي في جوبا. عشان زول تاني ما يجي يقول لنا إنه يا أخي أنتوا قاعدين تتكلموا الكلام. بلو هاوس دخلونا فوق. ما قاعد يقول لنا حاجة جديدة. لكن إحنا هنجي نقول لأنه عندنا التزام مع الشعب ده. هسه أنا ولدي ده قاعد أرسل لي أنا أعمل له شنو يعني؟ أنا ذاته إحنا بقينا متحيرين. محتارين ذاته إحنا ما بنعرف تسعيد منو ولا تخلي منو. هذا الجريمة اللي إحنا وقعنا فوقه يعني كشعب. فأنتوا يعني تعرف نفسك وين في النضال ده. تعال تقيف مع ناس. أقيف مع أصوات بتاعت الناس اللي بيتفوروا. أنت ما قادر يا أخي الفلوس بتاعك ده الدعم اللي أنت قاعد الدعم المالي ده بيساعد كتير. محمد كلنا دايرين الحكومة اللي احنا نشيله بس. أنت لازم تكون جزء أصيل في عملية بتاعت إزالة بتاعت حكومة ده من العرش بتاع حكومة. براوزة ده هم ما حيطلعوا برا لأنه بيخوف الشعب بتاع السودان ده بقضية بتاعت أنه يا أخي إحنا بنرجع بلد إلى مربوط أول. خلينا الناس ترجع لمربوط أول. البلد ده لما نرجع لمربوط الأول بعدها بنجي نحن أقلاه يعني إحنا بنعرف أنه في حرب ضرب وإحنا دايرين سلام والسلام ده طريقة فاضل. أما النهب بتاعت موارد والرصاص ده دي ما جديد. وده كلام كان أخونا مرحوم وليد لما كان بيتكلم انه جنوب السودان حتكون دوله شفتها فاضي فيها كارتيلز بتجي فبيجي بيعملوا حاجات اللي هم دايرين يعملوا بيمشوا. They will go with the resources of this country. القاعد يساعدنا ده بس والله الكلتشر بتاع السلاح ده. السلاح الحاسه متواجد ده ده الحاسه قاعد يحمينا. عشان كده احنا كنا قاعدين نقول للجنرالات بتاعنا وجنرال توماس يقول شفت السلاح ده اما ان احنا نكون مقتنعين انه السلام عادل البرجه للشعب ده الكرامه بتاعه بعد نيجي نشيل لحد كمان معنا نقوم نكون جيش قومي. بعد السلاح ده بنيجي ننزله تحت كده. لكن ننزل السلاح ده في ظل الحكومه بتاع كير ده رست الى ديزاستر. بعدها زول ممكن يزرد في راسنا ذاته يزرد في راس بتاع الجنوبيين وبالذات بالقانون بتاعهم بتاع السكيورتي الحكومه طلع. القانون ده ما بقى قانون بتاع دوله. تفتكر انك انت هيعفوك من القانون ده؟ ما هيعفوك. لكن هنا دايرين نوعده انه اللي انت فعلته للجنوبيين ده يفعلوا لك انت ذاتك. Do unto others the same you wanted them to do unto you. ده ما آية في الكتاب المقدس. ده ما آية في الكتاب المقدس. فوق قلنا ذاته whatsoever you do to the least of my brothers, what you do unto me. The Lord of hosts have said that. فطيب ما يفتكروا انه يعني في دوامه في السلطه. People come and people go. صحيح. But we need to create an enabling environment in South Sudan so that even our young people see بلد ده خلاص even we are radicalizing our children because environment بتاع البلد ده صغير كده. We don't have any spaces. بتقعد ريالك بيسمع كلام انت قاعد تقوله. لكن برضه مهم because هم هسه شربوا من النفس القاسى اللي احنا شربناها. لكن انا وقت بتاعي لي يعلم وانا ما اعيش ما افترض هم يعيشوا التعاسه اللي انا عشت ده. عشان كده دول بيشربوا تيك بيشربوا مش عارف ذهب بيشربوا كتير. لكن الكويس انك انت ما هتقدر تطلع الذهب ده بالطريقه اللي هم قاعدين يطلعوا ده. انت درلت تنظيم منظم. ممكن يجي ويفتوا وبيحددوا الناس بالسلاح وكده وعساكر. فاحنا محتاجين انه نتكلم لاهلنا الجيش. بدل انت تمشي تبقى فهم انت بتمشي بالسلاح بدل انت بتمشي تبقى فهم وانت بتجي عشان تيجي تاكل عيالك. شوف الناس اللي قاعدين يحمي عيالك عشان هم ما يقولوا لنا اسمه ما يجي يقول لنا ايوه ربنا يا وعدام. حتى في الفاس كده انت اقرا للجماعه الفاس اللي انت جرميا 23 from verse 1 to 4 واحد بتاع الجبر حتى هناك واضح انتوا قاعدين تتحدوا الشعب بتاعي حمدوا من انه هم يحيوا وياكلوا وكده. انا برضه بيعمل لكم I will scatter you in 3 folds يعني. So these people are proven to be not for us, not for the people of this country, and therefore it is demanded of us as a people of this country, to rise beyond our parochial challenges and interests, so that we can be able to take them in their justification. Thank you so very much. I'd like to stop here.
Thanks, compatriot Dominic. You dropped straight away. شكرا للسبمشن بتاعك. Welcome لك. Ohide, Itafi, you are available to speak, or I can go to Amin. Amin, bukun busy, come on, I don't know. Are you busy, Amin? Okay, Laka, you've been here since the start of this room. I think you're familiar with the topic. I can just give you a mic.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, the لحظة واحد بس. The YouTube now is 4 hours. I would like to go and close the YouTube, then we continue with the Clubhouse. But let me just let you speak, Brother Laka, and then I will close the YouTube after you finish your submission.
Yeah, thank you. Queen, for the invitation. I was a little bit busy, and then I say I would join later. Yeah, I've been here listening, following the discussion about this topic that you have well crafted. My greetings to all of you up here, to the last speaker here, I think compatriot Dominic, and the dear listeners down there. Yeah, this topic has a lot to us. There's a lot to tell us as South Sudanese people with what the government has done to us. This is a real kidnapping that a coup or whatever the so-called government or those in Juba, the cartel, criminals that have imposed themselves onto us. I think this behavior is something that the South Sudanese has taken long to stand up for their rights. And it has warranted them even to do all that they have been doing, and then, the insulting language, words that they use, to the South Sudanese people. And I like the behavior of Lomuro as a cabinet minister, bringing the Bible in as they were being anointed by God. This by itself is a blasphemy. For us Christians, this is blasphemy. And it's a serious thing. Even the church needs to condemn that. Lomuro has to retrieve that as forgiveness from his God if he has one. This is just because they are exploiting us. This is so exploitative. As we can see what they have done to the South Sudanese people, destroyed the country. They have been looting that country in impunity. They have been killing us, sodomizing the people of South Sudan without any accountability. If you hear Kir in the video that you played, Sister Queen, he was talking about ignorance or the illiteracy of the people of South Sudan. They knew that there is that kind of low understanding, low awareness about the rights of the people of South Sudan, given the impact. We as South Sudanese inherited from the long war, from the marginalization that we had from Khartoum, the level of our literacy, the illiteracy level is so high. That is why people like Elia Lomuro and the others who happen to have an opportunity of even benefiting from values of empowering people, who happen to be in UK, and the others who have been in many, many other places, who are behind this care or this government in this cartel. People like Wanega, for instance, had an opportunity to go to Cairo for studies, being a statistics in what we call those who are literate, those who are aware, those who are informed. Because we are not 100% that we are illiterate. The people of South Sudan are not completely illiterate. We have few. We can count in this government, including even people like Riek Machar that has joined. They know what they are doing. They are exploiting the illiteracy level that we have in our country. They are exploiting
طيب أنا هنا بمشي ahead. I will close the YouTube. ناس اللي في يوتيوب انتوا ممكن تنضموا لنا في كلاب هاوس. نمشي نسمع ونتكلم أكتر في كلاب هاوس. يوتيوب 4 hours is good enough عشان الناس اللي ما حاضرين ممكن يقدر يجوا يحضروا لأنه التكاليف بتاعت التايم برضو في أفريقيا شوية كده not good. So I will play the last song, then I will close. Let me play my last song. أنا بشكركم كتير من زمن انتوا أخدتوا جيتوا قعدتوا معنا. I will come again next week with another different topic. Thank you so much for being here today.